Good morning and namaskar to one and all. A coordinator of proactive team of the organizing committee of the national conference, Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vibrant growth in the economy, heartily welcome you. I would like to brief. Yesterday we had extensive discussion on the different dimensions of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Dr. Divya Malan has quoted 5 dimensions of Atmanirbhar Bharat. She has significantly presented that what are the role of the economy, system, infrastructure, behavior, and demand of every individual who is going to contribute to become an India self-reliant. Professor P.C. Pandey has presented that what is the role of growth, development, and the sustainability in all aspects to make the India self-reliant. Professor M.C. Garg has quoted the relevance of 3 E's in the impact of Atmanirbhar Bharat. He has beautifully quoted the role of education, employability, and the entrepreneurship role. Professor K.K. Agarwal, has quoted the role of the curiosity that the students should present in the classroom, in the sessions of the workshops, conference, seminars, and they should have adopt the innovative nature throughout their life. Only then the India will become self-reliant. They must having a curiosity in their mind to ask the question in the classroom just to implement the new policy, national education policy effectively. Otherwise, the policies are just being making, but the implementation is only done by when the students are become more curious. It depends on the youth that this policy is going to be implemented. It was such a knowledgeable session. After two, that there will be a technical session, and it was having 2 sessions, technical session 1 that will be conducted offline and 1 session that will be conducted online as well. Today, we are just moving toward the technical session 2 of this 8th national conference. Now may I request Sri Puran Chandra Pandey, International Visiting Fellow, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Taiwan, and Fellow UNESCO Inclusive Policy Lab, Paris, Professor Anand Sharma, Dean Faculty of Management, Central University of Haryana, Mohandagarh, Professor Sunita Bharatwal, Dean Faculty of Management, Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Professor Ravi Gupta, Director, Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management, Delhi, kindly grace the chairs on the stage. It's my pleasure to introduce our chairman, Shri P.C. Pandey, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. Mr. Pandey is serving as an international visiting fellow, Taiwan Foundation for the Democracy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Taiwan. He previously worked with the United Nations Global Compact Nippon Denro, Times of India, including DOC Research Institute of Berlin, in senior leadership roles. Having graduated from LSE London, he is the recipient of fellowship in US, UK, China, Sweden, Japan, and Taiwan for the advanced policy research. We welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Mukesh to present a bouquet to our chairperson. Mukesh, round of applause. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor S.K. Sharma to adorn a Samman Patrika to our chairperson. These are some historical moments, so kindly have a great round of applause. तालियां बजती रहें. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to introduce our next key speaker, Professor Anand Sharma. Professor Anand Sharma is Associate Professor and Head Department of Management Studies, Central University of Haryana. Before he has worked as Associate Professor and Program Head, Bharati Vidyapeeth, University, Pune. He has been associated with the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India as a visiting and the guest faculty and has been associated with TV radio program for National Institutes of Open Schooling as subject expert. He has also been associated with SEBI-sponsored financial literacy program and associated with various management institutes for guest lectures and the curriculum development. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Dr. Akhil Kaushik to present a bouquet to our key speaker.
What university? Sir, we have this time nominated people for each and every college structure wise.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ashwini Goyal to adorn a Samman Patrika to our key speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Sunita Bharatwal, Professor Dean Faculty of Management Studies in Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani. She has a vast teaching experience and her teaching specialist with demonstrated history of working in the education management industry. She is skilled in the classroom management, lesson planning, educational technology, and instructional design. She is a strong education professional. With her knowledge, she has supervised number of PhD students. She is actively involved in the social welfare activities too. She published several research papers in the reputed journals at national and international level. Her research interest area is brand management, CRM, marketing of services, industrial psychology, and currently she is working on the women entrepreneurial activities. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Monica Sharma to present a bouquet to Professor Sunita Bharatwal. Thank you, ma'am. I take this privilege to adorn a Samman Patrika myself to Professor Sunita Bharatwal. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Professor Ravi Gupta is a head of Department of Management Study, Maharaja Agastyan Institute of Technology, Rohini, Delhi. He has been qualified MFC, MIB, and MCOM. He has more than 25 years of teaching. He has published more than 100 publications in national and international journals as well. He has chaired many conferences at national and international level. He has organized more than 50 workshops at national and international level. He has guided more than 10 research scholars, and former positions of Dr. Ravi Gupta is he has been the director of Maharaja Agastyan Institute of Management Studies, Delhi, and he has been worked as a dean of PCJ School of Management, Maharaja Agastyan University, Buddy at HP. We welcome you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Kamal Sardana to present a bouquet to our key speaker. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ajay Sharma to adorn a Saman Patrika to our key speaker. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our chairperson, Professor P.C. Pandey, for the technical session. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much indeed for rolling the system up. And we have started at about 10 o'clock. And I request my very preliminary panelists to be as follows. One. Now we need to finish the whole thing by 10:45. So we will try to be as regulated and moderated as possible without compromising on the content and overall theme that we have to do. What we are going to do will be that the theme that we are going to debate more in depth would be Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we are going to see this theme from a very, very granular angle. It will not be very open-ended like anything else, but very granular. And when we are granular, the superior focus will be more deeply and a more concentrated way in what we want to speak. So we are really going to deal with three granular issues. One would be about how Atmanirbhar Bharat will embrace the challenge of reskilling for our youth and for our entrepreneurs. So this is one area which is very, very critical, which is very, very important. And if these things are very critical and important, then how do we really think through and navigate to a very vast potential view? This is what I said yesterday. If we were to really look at the number of youth who are really enrolled across academic institutions up until post-graduation, doctoral programs, there are roughly about 450 million in India, more than China, more than US, more than Europe, more than Africa. So on this planet Earth, India is one country where we have a vast potential for youth, but then that potential has got to be chiseled, has to be mentored, has got to be handheld, and we all have to see together collectively that this very, very important potential is taken to a level whereby they could contribute, they could add value, they could evolve as person and professional and see to it that our economy growth and development keeps on moving upon and we can also sustain it together. So this is an area which is very, very important and we will of course bank on our uh, very, very preeminent panelists on it. Second one is about entrepreneurship electronics. When we really look around and see what is happening around the world, we can see one very, very definitive factor which is shaping the economy, society, government, everything. And that is all about how our entrepreneurs and startup uh, functionaries trying to pull out what all they have, both the technical competence, the education, material that we have, and as I said yesterday, it is all about how do we really try and see that we could really optimally utilize factors of production. And there is nothing in economics or beyond economics which is beyond these factors of production. So how do you really look at the land you have? How do you really look at the labor that you have? How do you really look at the processes that you have? And then we have to see to it as to how do we really optimally leverage it for the benefit of our society, our country, and also seeing to it in the process. We make money, and that money is passed on or distributed as equitably as possible amongst people, because any country which does not save money will have a very, very tough time. So this is a very, very important theme. And the world over, we have 1,200 unicorns. Out of 1,200 unicorns, in India, we have roughly about 100. You could probably put 100 by 1,200 into 100, roughly about, great deal, about 8%. I mean, my mathematics is serving me right. And therefore, this is an important area, and we will bank on you. So, third, education policy, everything will greatly hold us up when we go to the school as a child, when we go to university as an adult, and finally pass out and begin to explore the possibility of the world, depending on the kind of subject we are studying, depending on the kind of skills that we have. And combining the two things together, what do we really do with the skills and education, which is then getting directed towards creating value, and the value could be at different levels. The value could be societal values, and those values could be adding a lot of momentum to economy and growth. And finally, seeing to it that we grow pretty well so that, over a period of time, because nothing happens overnight, over a period of 20 years, 30 years, because when you grow or when you develop, there's nothing like 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. It always is taken care on medium to long term basis. So never ever think, and this is what I said yesterday, all of you sitting here, even if you can't act today, it is your duty to begin to think about what you can do. Because unless you think, you will not be able to do anything about it. So start thinking about who you are, what you have, your values, your persona, your character, your societal contribution. So everything will then stand up on a platform, and then you begin to say that, look, I thought about it as a child. I grew up with my thoughts as an adult. Now I'm out of the college or school or university. What do I really do so that I can add value both at my community level? Then it keeps on going up and up and up. And then you end up being a person, not in your own individual capacity, but in a cluster of community which is then directing his or her efforts to contribute to growth and development of economy, which is very, very important. We like it, we don't like. If you don't grow, your economy, your community, your system, you will never ever be able to travel a fairly long way out. So that's a very brief backdrop. And I will, without taking any further time, I request you, Anand, to kindly uh, give us your thoughts with regard to what do you think, where will skilling, upskilling, and reskilling of our youth will probably fit in when we take a chartered course to see to it that our economy, society, and our would get developed to a level that they are competent enough, they are very well built to sort of take that fight to a level whereby uh, we all see some very positive and foundational results to what we do to our economy and people and planet Earth and everything. But how will that all lead us to help our economy and our systems to really fare better compared to where we might have been yesterday? So what do you think, sir? Professor P.C. Pandey ji, Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, Madam Sunita Bhatt ji. Okay. Uh, Professor P.C. Pandey ji, Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, Madam Sunita ji, co-panelists, Professor V.K. Tyagi ji, Director of this institute, Professor S.K. Sharma ji, convener of this seminar, faculty colleagues, and dear students. It's a matter of great privilege to be among you on this issue. As our session chair, Dr. Pandey ji has started the session with his wisdom, thought, and I have been asked to be very, very brief. So it comes to my mind that earlier I was told to be around 20 minutes, then 15 to now very brief. So no doubt, I will try my best. So basically, the idea of skilling, reskilling, uh, upskilling is very relevant in today's time because we are passing through two, three scenarios, and our Honorable Prime Minister announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat at a very right time when the whole world was facing gloom, all around depression, and it was a time when we can use. Why we can use it? Because India is the only country placed at most advantageous position in case of demographic dividend. Our population is young in the whole world, below 30 years maximum population, and this advantage is up to 2031 only. It means peak of this advantage, demographic dividend advantage, will be up to 2031, and then also there will be advantage, but that peak will decline, and it may go. Economists and statistician, calculate it will go up to maybe beyond 2050, 55 somewhere. So this is the right time we should harness the advantage of demographic dividend. That is why Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is why we should skill our population, our youth, to take advantage. Otherwise, it may, get in reverse order also. This demographic dividend may give results if we do not prepare our youth for the right time of the needs of the changing time. That is industry 4.0. You all are from the technical background, textile institute, so technological institute. So certainly industry 4.0 is there, and World Economic Forum has recognized that India is one of the country where we can take a lead in the whole world. And you are aware that out of 3, 4 centers for this industrial revolution,
4.0 World Economic Forum has started a center in India, it means certainly they presume that world's largest English speaking population, second largest English speaking population in India, world's cheapest data market is there in India. So keeping in view the robust IT, infrastructure. So in these background, we can take advantage, but we can take advantage only when our youth passing out from different institutes, universities, they are given proper skill. Now we say we are providing them proper education, we are providing them BTech, BTech, MTechs, MBAs, MCAs are passing out. But a report says, many reports you all must have gone through, almost almost 80% are not directly employable. They need further training, further skilling. So if they need training, certainly there will be a time gap. So how we can take advantage? So this is there. Even the workforce for working, they also require updation, upskilling every 5 years. Otherwise, they will be obsolete, they will be irrelevant in their job roles. So these are the challenges where our government has to work, and in what direction government is doing. You must have seen National Credit Framework latest. Government of India has come up with a consultative paper. National Credit Framework will provide a base to our youth, to all of us, not only youth, to the working people, so that their prior knowledge, recognition of the prior learning, RPL, is the most important area in this national credit framework, where if you have got some existing knowledge, that will also be recognized in this scheme, where students will have mobility across skill and conventional education. So these are the initiative which we are taking, our institutes are taking, government is taking, and we need to go beyond this by skilling our students in-house. World Economic Forum and other forums have identified, our government has identified many times that we have dire need of providing soft skill to the students, because our students are technically very sound, but when they go to market and when they go to industries, certainly they lack team skills, they lack sometimes communication skill, sometimes they lack how to cope up the changes, change management. So all these things, if we make a part of our curriculum, certainly we will be able to take the maximum advantage of this industrial revolution. And through this industrial revolution 4.0, certainly we'll be able to achieve the objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisioned by our Prime Minister. And these institutes like the technological institutes and the management institutes, they have a key role to play. Other institutes have also role to play, but we have a key role to play. So with this, I say thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak on this important issue. Thank you.
Very, very central to the topic. And it is all about, as you rightly said, it is all about mobility and how do you really learn to interoperate. I mean, he focused on these two very, very important areas. One is that how do you really move? Movement will not really mean that you are just moving and walking and going faster. It is all about how do you really upgrade? How do you really take the level two? And then how do you really create interoperability? When you learn to skill the field, and what do you really get out of that field that you have been able to learn? So thank you very much indeed. And the school has managed been better that you know, did it in 7 minutes time. So I'm thankful to you for your, what should I say? for laying out the groundwork for two of our other preeminent families to think through and help us out. Thank you. Now, entrepreneurship in startup, I said 100 unicorns or 1200, sit right here in India. And the problem becomes one of access, one of being at a prime place, or one of having facilities, and also one of having motivation to be able to do something. Many of our youth may not be at par with each other. When we dissect them, maybe one part in Delhi, another one in Haryana, another part in Haryana, and the third part in deeper village, which could be in UP somewhere. So we do not really have an ecosystem which directly motivates and encourages our youth, regardless of their being BA, BCom, BSc, MCom, MSc, they are really differentiated in terms of access, education, uh, level of skill that they have. So how do you really uh, try and help us out understand that scenario in a way that we could probably take some lessons out of it, and then also tell us very briefly about what do you really think about women entrepreneurs, because that is something where we are building a lot of hope, uh, which is being provided by everybody, including the government. So please focus on these two things, and please take about 7 to 8 minutes to complete your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And with due regards to the chair of the session, the eminent dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my institution from where I started my journey of professionalism in management education. I salute to this and all my dear students and the faculty of TIT. A very warm good morning to everyone present here. And thank you so much for inviting me and giving an opportunity to share with you all a very vibrant, very relevant, and a very, very latest thing which we all keep on hearing. That is, we all know that today is the time which makes us, hear about these three terminologies. First is Atmanirbhar. We hear about employability. We hear about NEP 2020 and how these things are, and management education in between because we people are from management education. So, my dear students and the audience out here, there is a interrelationship, interconnectivity, and interdependency on these three things. Employability is directly connected with the education we all know. But very unfortunate that even though India is aspiring to achieve 90% of the literacy rate, we are not able to have employable population. The gap is there, and the gap is due to the skill gap. Probably because we are not able to provide with the quality education, and that is where the NEP talks about how to make it more qualitative. So there are many things to talk about here, but I'll ponder upon basically on what is entrepreneurship, and I'll talk about what is startups out here and what is the role going to be of yours as students. And of course, in some other conference, we can talk about the role of the faculty as well. So very simply, we have three things: entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, and we have startup. So, entrepreneurship is what? It's a process of making the entrepreneurs to which entrepreneurs are developed. Okay. So, entrepreneurs are who? The people who are going to take risks, who have the risk bearing capacity, who have some ideas, and these ideas could be nurtured into big business models. What is startup now? Startup is a small company which probably lacks to have its scalable model in the beginning. It is not having some financial support probably in the beginning. But then, as you all know, students, probably for your information, let me share you that nearly 82,000 startups in India have been registered so far. And if you talk about the year 2021 and 22, 14,000 startups had begun in that particular year. That means every day there were four startups going on. So the rate is tremendous and it's going ahead. Why is it going ahead? Because we got to know that the problem in India, we have now numerous problems in our country.
the most important problem in the country is about the unemployment. And the unemployment problem, why is it rising? Especially in the states like Haryana, Punjab, and Himachal and other states, which are considerably very prominent states in terms of its you can say samriddhi and its sampannata or whatever. Like, but flourishment is not all going to be said about the help of only the employability. So what is required out here is, thank you so much. So I was talking about the startups in India and why is it the unemployment the problem I was talking about. So if you talk about Haryana, the unemployment problem has been triple fold in the last 3 years. And why is it so? Because basically what happens is when we all are aspiring to have a degree in our hand, but nobody is caring for a particular thing that whether this degree is going to be employed. And people are after, I mean, they're after running after the jobs that they're going to get some jobs. But very honestly, only 7% jobs are there in the market, where the entire lot is going to go in it just themselves. If you talk about our country also, the placement ratio, there's a huge problem about that because the kind of requirement from the industry is something else, and the kind of production which we are making from the institution is something else. There's a huge gap between these two. Probably this is one of the reasons, but one another reason is because we are, what do you say, rich enough, prosperous enough that we can afford to make our students sit with a degree in their hands, preparing for the government jobs and waiting themselves for another 3 4 years. And in these 3 4 years, the other lots also keep on adding. So that is why this problem of unemployment is increasing. And the solution to it is, as the sir had rightly quoted, my co-speaker, Dr. Anand, also has quoted that demographic dividend. We all know demographic dividend is because of the dividend which we are going to get because of the population, the young population. India is considered to be, it is projected as the largest youth population country. That is 37 crores of the population is young population. That is in between 15 years to 29 years, we have 37 crore people. That means the people with energy, the people who can be acting as the engines, the growth engines of the country. Another important thing in employment is people are rushing towards the metro cities for the employment. They think that employment is only possible in the country, in the cities like Bangalore or probably Chennai or Delhi or Noida or Mohali or somewhere else. But nobody is paying attention to the rural growth. Nobody is paying attention that even the rural people, they have the requirements, they have the market, they have the requirements, they have the needs, they have the resources. So why not we are able to make the utilization of the resources available in the local area, and with the help of some new ideas, we can make use of those resources and cultivate into new startups. And we have seen in the past also, I mean, just to give examples, Ritesh Agarwal ji, who he belongs to Bhiwani, and he is the person behind Oyo Hotels, chain of hotels. We know Dipesh Goyal ji, Dipender Goyal ji. Zomato के पीछे that person is there, his story. We have Shraddha Sharma. I mean, these are few names who have been taken up a unique idea. They got something in their mind and they try to nurture those ideas. And I tell you, students, the government is taking initiatives. May I have a sip of water, please? Thank you. So I was talking that the government is playing a very vital role in creating support for you people, for support for the youth of the country. For example, recent past 15 days back, I got an opportunity from the university side. I had an opportunity to meet the Minister of Skill and Entrepreneurship Development, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So he was so much moved with the concept of opening up instead of only employment training centers, we have a requirement of employment development centers. That means the students have the ideas, but they don't have a support system. They don't know where the technology is going to come. They don't know where the finance is going to come. Who is going to give them the seed money? Probably there are not many things available, not many schemes are available from the government side. But unfortunately, there is a gap between those schemes to be traveled to the students and brought to their platform. So this is how we are going to bring a talent in front of the students who are having those ideas, and those ideas will be nurtured in some incubation centers which have been opened up by the government in some very good institutions and universities like in CTLU. Also, we have an incubation center with the help of 30 lakhs of grant from the Haryana government. We got opened this particular incubation center which is in the city, and it is not only university. It is for the growth of the youth of this particular city. So any person who has that idea, they can come ahead. If you have some problems, we can really help that out. So that way, students, what are the things which are required for you to do? Because I've got limited time, so I just wind it up with only one thing, that what you people are supposed to do. You need to change your mindset. You need to start earning without, I mean, with your studies as well. That means you have to have inculcate that habit of earning while learning itself. That is something very important. Think out of box, think new, think something which is very creative for not only you, for the society. And be passionate about the work which you're having, the ideas, and be hardworking, be reliable, be risk taking. And you have to be techno savvy also. Remember one thing, Kodak and Nokia, they were failed because of one single reason, that they could not cope up with they could not adapt with the technology. So one who is not going to adapt with the changes in the society and technology probably will be swept off. So with these few words of motivation to you people, to the youth of the country, and especially to the institution which is playing a vital role in the development of not only the city, but in terms of textiles, we have heard that for the years forthcoming, it has been playing a very vital role, and in management education as well, because I myself have experience. So thank you all, and God bless you, all the students. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity to share my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said is the following. Whatever we deem to be an advantage today to us might turn out to be a disadvantage if we don't really handle it. When you talk about technology, and you did allude to Nokia and company, we observed because they could not really keep the pace with the changing facet of technology. And therefore, while we may be very high on what we think about entrepreneurship, the startups, remember one thing, that there is a very deep fragility which is embedded in entrepreneurship, startup, especially when you go out and begin to do it. Not because it is very complicated or complex, but the very nature of it, it can become obsolete very quickly. So how do you really keep on innovating? How do you really keep on building layers? And see to it that layers are not really going to be functional. They are going to really work in tandem with each other. While Smita said that look, 4 startups a day. You know what happened during COVID? Roughly about 32 lakh of startups and entrepreneur entities simply got wiped out and nobody knows about it. So you have to, while it is all about being optimist, but then also prepare for the scenario which might really spring up pretty sudden kind of a development and it could probably not be really quick. So please remember, while everything is good, what about resilience, obsolescence? Technology which is an advantage today might turn out to be something else. So keep your mind open, keep on thinking. It is all about mental aspect. You're going, but you're thinking about how do I run my home? I have only X amount of money for a month. How do I really deploy that money, run my home in a way that everything goes pretty well? So facility, obsolescence, and some unforeseen scenario might probably take you to a very different kind of a contour, very different kind of a way, and you have got to be very much aware about it, think about it. So thank you so much, Mr. for what you said. Now finally moving to Ravi. NEP is an important vision document. I mean, when I went to my school and my college, well, I mean, it was a different time scenario. But when I look back, I don't find any reason which was not good enough for me. To think what I was taught by my teachers was in any way less compared to what you are being taught here. As many of your counterparts might be getting taught in different cities across the country. But since we have something called NEP 2020, is a vision, it's a new document, and it tries to codify a few things which the earlier thought would have happened. So how do you really make the best use of an ecosystem, which is being offered to you by way of NEP 2020? So how do you really make the best use of it? Learn better, prepare yourself better, and move into a scenario which is going to be a very, very different kind of scenario than what that scenario might have been 5 years or 7 years ago uh, in that kind of time framework. So I will really request Ravi to uh, give us the advantage of your wisdom in terms of laying out the scenario and possibility of where and how you, the student, stand to benefit from. Because everybody else will benefit, nobody knows about it. But how do you really benefit from NEP 2020, and what might be certain areas that you need to really be deeper in order to be able to get the best use of it? So over to you. Respected ladies and gentlemen on the dais and off the dais. Students, बात करेंगे सीधा बिल्कुल लास्ट तक थोड़ा सा इंग्लिश हिंदी मिक्स कर लेंगे ताकि लेक्चर के लिए इंग्लिश अच्छी है लेकिन दिल से बात करनी थोड़ा सा हिंदी में अच्छा आता है ना। चलिए मैं बुलेट पॉइंट पे बात करूंगा, 4 पॉइंट पे बात करूंगा मैं आपसे, ठीक है। नंबर 1 जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस का टॉपिक, ये देखिए पढ़ रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। देखिए दिस इज पॉइंट नंबर 1। सेकंड, vibrant growth, and third is Indian economy, and the fourth is of course the education policy 2020, right? The point is that do we really need to discuss, and still is it still a problem? Yes, our India is the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and second is whether it's an issue that yes we are thinking and we need to have the vibrant growth, and Indian economy still it's an issue for us for the growth. And what about the education policy? Those are these. Is it so? Hey, last one, please. Should थोड़े टाइम की बात करेगा सर प्लीज। These are the 4 bullet points. Yes, these are the things for discussion for us. For that purpose, we have gathered here in this national conference since yesterday. This is one issue. Yes, we have with us the agenda of national education policy. Being a student, you have gone through the school education, now in the college education, and also the university and the research programs. You are going to. So all these things are managed by the country through the education policy, and this is the latest policy, education policy, which was introduced in 2020, will be implementing within the next few come years. And yes, it has incorporated a lot of things for which we are discussing. Definitely, you have heard about all those issues during yesterday and also in present times. I'm also going to highlight few issues, but just being the management points or also a technological students, please try to understand. Whenever we discuss the problem and see the problem, we think in a bigger way. We have to correlate our this present problem or this prospective solution with the past also, history also. Why I raise yes, whether it's a issue के आत्मनिर्भर भारत issue है, क्या vibrant growth issue है, do we have the Indian economy a matter of discussion? If you think of this present era है ना, ये साल कौन सा चल रहा है 2023 है ना, और विक्रमी संवत के हिसाब से 2080 जो अभी बुधवार से शुरू हुआ है, एक और साल चलता है जिसे युगाब्द बोलते हैं या कलयुग बोलते हैं, जिसका साल चल रहा है 5124। अगर उसकी बात करें हम, we have all these things in our India. हम आत्मनिर्भर भी थे, we were the producers. 16 से 17वीं शताब्दी से पहले की बात करें तो we were the leader in international business. We were the manufacturers and suppliers. We were only the exporters, nothing going to import anything else. And if we think about this vibrant growth, yes, we were grown up. We were grown up, and the word you must have heard from your childhood also, Sone ki chidiya.
And yes, it was there if we had this vibrant growth, not only in economy, but in all this. And what about the economy? We are the pioneers of economy. याद कीजिए, of course, विक्रमी संवत जो 2023 2080 शुरू हुआ है शुक्रवार से, जिसे हम कह सकते हैं, that was initiated by सम्राट विक्रमादित्य. कब शुरू हुआ था? आज से 2400 साल पहले. And at that time, he was the Samrat Vikramaditya. At that time, we were the leaders in the business. And moreover, we were also another term, जो सुनी होगी बचपन में आपने, विश्व गुरु. We were the pioneers in education also. The present university systems of Harvard or MIT, which we talk about, which we think about, we had established that international level Vishwavidyalaya, Takshashila Vishwavidyalaya, Vikramshila Vishwavidyalaya, Nalanda. Those were established in that era. आज से 2200-2300 साल पहले by सम्राट विक्रमादित्य. 2200 साल पहले शुरू हुई थी. Of course, उसके बाद 13वीं शताब्दी में 1300 में खिलजी destroyed all this विश्वविद्यालय. इस 2200 से लेकर 13वीं शताब्दी तक तकरीबन ये मान लीजिए आप 900 साल का पीरियड. 900 साल के पीरियड में we had this international level institution, societies and universities. That's why we were called the Vishnu. Do we need education policy right now? And we can discuss all the contents of education policies presently. 900 साल में 900 साल के उस era में we had the Vishwavidyalaya of international level, which we have the remains of course 900 साल तक education. And also, what about the other education? It may be over medicine. We have the Bhrigusata and Charak Samhita. In the chemistry, we have the Rasratnakar. RF तीसरी से 5वीं शताब्दी में whatever the research in mathematics, astronomy, astrology जो आज की डेट में है, वो सब कुछ कर चुके थे तीसरी 5वीं शताब्दी में. अर्थशास्त्र, इकोनॉमिक्स, एडम स्मिथ नोन एज द फादर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, वेल्थ ऑफ नेशन 1664. लेकिन हम कर चुके थे उसको. कनक क्या है? 2500 साल पहले. अर्थशास्त्र जिसने इंडियन इकोनॉमी, जिसकी हम बात कर सकते हैं, इकोनॉमिक्स एंड द पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पर सारा का सारा ज्ञान आपसे 2500 साल पहले लिख दिया. Discussing all these points, my just message to convey to all of you that we have a very strong legacy. We have a very high legacy of history where we were the Vishwa Gurus, where we were the having or being called as the Sonic Shadia. We were having the self-reliance. We were the manufacturers and the suppliers only. We were the only exporters. We were the creators of industrial revolution. And yes, of course, now coming to my point, education policy 2020. Yes, it has also highlighted a lot of ways. From my side, 3 points, only bullet points are there. One is, of course, the mobility, vertical pathways of mobility. This issue has been introduced in this education policy through the vocational education. Second is, of course, has been discussed, competency development is a significant focus in this education policy. And also, through this education policy, it is identified by the international institution also. Yes, not India, but the whole world is ready for the 4th industrial revolution, 4 IR. But I have told you, we were the pioneers of industrial revolution. Anyway, we find that in this new education policy and also the overall economic development, also overall of the administration of country, the things which we happened in the past, during the last, I'm saying, Yuga, 5124 saal, that happened, and the strong legacy we had, the positioning of Vishnu Guru and the Sonic Shadia which we had, that is being taken out, inculcated and incorporated in this present system. And also we find this is being introduced in all levels of government administration and also in this education policy. We appreciate all these things of the government administration. Yes, to this, since we are discussing only education policy, but still, it is a pity thing sometimes on us. Yes, we are discussing. We are going to be Atmanirbhar. Who was the Atmanirbhar? We are going to discuss. Yes, we are self-reliant, or the economy needs a robust growth, or this one where we were the pioneer. Anyway, we have to learn. We have to peep up back into our past also, learn from the past also, and as a management student also, we must take into consideration always the past events and past history. Yes, we had been very great in the past. This is a point for discussion, point for learning for all of us to solve the present system and circumstances and the problems also. This is the same thing which was told by Shri Krishna in the Dwapar Yuga. He had done all these things. I am going to come to my mind. Then this question was asked by Bhisham Pitama. Hey Krishna, whatever you are doing, is that everything which was played well in this war? He said, yes, it was very well. 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 The Krishna said, we know we have to follow the traditions, we have to follow the, you can say, the rules and regulations. But he said, but always we take the lesson from history, but always the decisions are taken on the basis of the present circumstances. And then he said, okay, please wait. The next tube is coming, Kalyug. There you will find a lot of deterioration also. Anyway, with all these things, we have to take into consideration the learning from the past and be ready for the present, be ready for the future, and focus on the present. Thank you, with all.
Ravi, for laying out a very, very prominent context to NEP 2020 and cutting across the board from three of our very preeminent panelists. My takeaway is that across everything, we have to really remember that the contexts are always local. I cannot really sit in Bhiwani and create a context which is Delhi context. Sit in Delhi and create a context which is Mumbai or Maharashtra. And therefore, contexts are very, very important to life. So wherever you are, today you are here, tomorrow you will be somewhere else. And therefore, whatever you think, whatever you do, has to be driven, as three of our preeminent families said it very, very lucidly, that look at the context, look at where you are, see to it that you are mobile across platforms and sectors, build in fragility of obsolescence in whatever you do. What you do today may not be valid for tomorrow. And therefore, be in tandem with time, in tandem with values, and create a context which is local. And this is how you will then see a broader picture rolling out in front of your eyes, which would mean you need to skill. You need to see beyond the obvious. Not everybody can go and do a job and 9 to 5, and so be somebody who could create a job and give jobs to many more people. And finally, everything will be based on the value and the system that your education will create for you. So there's nothing beyond that from what three of our preeminent panelists have already spoken, and I would really like to thank them from the bottom of my heart on behalf of each one of you, and also on behalf of Kit Vivani, that they could spare the time, they could think through very lucidly to lay out the ideas for each one of you to benefit from. You might have heard from the ears, but try and see to it as to what are those practices and values and ecosystems and issues that they have laid out. How could you really try and leverage those words of wisdom and see to it that you could really grow beyond the obvious? And I think this is value. These three of our very prominent panelists are leaving behind me. And I'm really grateful to Kit Diwani and Sharma ji and Tyagi Sahab for giving me this opportunity to be able to really, moderate this time. So thank you very much once again. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, that you had a very wonderful session and a very intellectual session that you have covered each and every aspect and to make aware our students how we will just make India self-reliant. Thank you, sir, for the lovely session. Now may I request Shri Aishwarya, sir, to present a memento as a token of love to our chairperson, Professor P.C. Pandey. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Ajit Singh to present a memento to Professor Anand Sharma. you, sir. I request Ms. Surbhi Bhardwaj to present a memento as a token of love, to present this memento to our Professor Sunita Bharatwaj. It's a lovely moment. A student is presenting a memento to his teacher. I would like to request Ms. Anju to present a memento to Professor Ravi Gupta. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It's my eminent pleasure to extend my heartfelt thanks to our eminent speakers of the technical session 2, who enlighten us with the words of the wisdom and presenting the distinct aspects of Atmanirbhar Bharat. They have just beautifully presented the industrialization, the importance of the industrialization 4.0, education policy, the gap between the policy and the skills that we are offering to the students. So it's a pleasure, and it's a the people who are sitting in this Audi as a student, they are lucky and fortunate enough that they are having a chance to just hear from the lovely speakers and the intellectual speakers with us. Thank you. There is an announcement that we are going to start the technical session 3 very shortly. At having this, we are having only 5 minutes break. So we are going to start your technical session 3. I instruct the this discipline committee to arrange the dais fast.
अरे एक बार अपनी सीट पे ही रहो।
स्पीकर पे तो नहीं जा रही ना? म्यूट ऑन कर रहा हूँ, जब आ रही है ना स्पीकर पे तो नहीं जा रही ना इसकी आवाज? आप बोलो। सर हाँ बेटे बता। राज जी छोड़ो, वहाँ पर नहीं आ रही आवाज। एक बार छोड़ दो, वो एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे उनका जो बाहर से आएंगे एक बार। अरे आ रही है ना, आप एक बार यहाँ आओ। स्पीकर पे आवाज नहीं आ रही। शाम को तो बोल रहा है, शाम को मेरी तरफ से अभी आया ही नहीं सर। आप यहाँ आओ पहले, ज्वाइन करा दी उनको, मैं बोल दी अभी आएंगे चेक कराने। क्या है ट्रेंड किसी की चल रही है यार, कुछ उन तरीके से बोल दिया। श्याम, श्याम कहाँ है यार? हेलो श्याम। हाँ जी सर। हेलो सर, बोलो भाई, कहाँ है? एक यार तेरी जो इधर आ यार, अभी यहाँ आ भाई एक बार, ऑडिटोरियम में। हाँ जी सर बोलिए। हाँ
ऐसे अंकित को भी बोल रहे
Once again, I welcome you. Namaskar to everyone. We are just moving toward the technical session 3 of this 8th National Conference on Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vibrant growth in the Indian economy. We have just concluded the technical session 2, and we are having a different perspectives for this conference, how this India becomes self-reliant. We are having exposure of the ideas that how we are going to fill this gap between the requirement of the industries and what we are offering to the students. This is a huge gap that we have to remove from the skills that we are imparting to the students. So it's like a challenge for the teachers, the teaching community, the education policy that we are offering. So we must prepare our students as well as the teaching community that we are trying to fill this gap that we are just offering. Like we have to make an interaction, strong interaction, the strong bonding with the industries that what they want and what they are offering. And students should equip with the well skills. With this, I would like to start this technical session 3. For this, I would like to request Chairman Professor Atul Pandey, Dean Faculty of Management of Desh Pratap Singh University, Rewa, Professor Ibohal Mehti, Manipur Institute of Management Studies, Manipur Central University of Imphal. He will join us online today with us. Our key speaker, Professor Shiba Kapil, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi. Key speaker, Shri Vikas Agarwal, renowned entrepreneur, Agarwal Traders, Bhiwani. I request our delegates to grace the chairs on the stage. Thank you, sir. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Professor Atul Pandey, Head Department of Business Administration of Desh Pratap Singh University, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. He has more than 29 years of teaching experience. He is gold medal recipient. He is a person who has several positions in the Desh Pratap Singh University, Rewa at the same time. He is the ex-member of Executive Council, Dean Faculty of Management Studies, Chairman at Board of Studies in Business Administration. He is Dean Students Welfare, Nodal Officer at Incubation Center, and he is a Deputy Director of IQAC also. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Dr. Manoj Nanda to present a bouquet to Professor Atul Pandey.
टाइमिंग ऊपर कर दो स्क्रीन एक बार स्क्रीन ऊपर कर दो एक बार बोल दो पहले
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Kamal Sardana to adorn a Samman Patrika to Professor Atul Pandey. Thank you, sir. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ibohal Mehti. He has joined online for this session. Dr. Ibol Meti is a professor of management having more than 30 years of academic industry experience. He was the director, Manipur Institute of Management Studies, Manipur University for 2 terms. Further, he was the director, Center for the Entrepreneurship and Skill Development, Manipur University from February 2014 to February 23. And he was also the instrumental in the introduction of DVOC and MVOC courses in tourism and hospitality, in retail management, entrepreneurship, and foreign trade successfully in the Manipur University. At present, he is a member of the Task Force Committee for the implementation of NEP 2020 in Manipur. He earned his MBA from AMU Aligarh, India. Further, he had completed his FTPM from IIM Ahmedabad and PhD from Manipur University. He had 12 PhD research scholars and completed his supervision as on date. We welcome you, sir. I hope you are listening.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, please?
I would like to introduce Professor Shiba Kapil. She has around 24 years of experience in research and academics. Her interest areas are alternative investments, merger, acquisition, valuation. She has successfully tenured for post of director of IQSC at IIFT New Delhi and a member of Academic Council. She has held several portfolios at IIFT New Delhi, like international collaboration and capacity development, accreditation and ranking, faculty development programs, and IIFT journals. She has also chaired flagship program of MBA IB. She has authored several books covering significant aspects of the financial management. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary to present a bouquet to Professor Shiva Kapil. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. Monica Sharma to adorn a Samman Pattika to Madam Shiva Kapil. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce our next key speaker, Mr. Vikas Agarwal. He is a renowned entrepreneur. Vikas Agarwal is the MD of Agarwal Traders. The Agarwal Trader was established in the year of 2007 as a private company. Agarwal Traders deals in professional solar system for telecommunication and the project management and engineering for the solar power plant for 0.1 MW to 10 MW megawatt. The annual turnover of the company is more than 10 crores. And the vision of the company is to design, roll, and maintenance for the domestic professional solar system and telecommunication and high photovoltaic power plants. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request Professor Dr. Ajay Sharma to please present a bouquet to Vikas Agarwal. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Ms. Surbi Bhardwaj to adorn a Samman Pattika to Vikas Agarwal. Now we are just moving toward this technical session 3, and I hand over this mic to our chairperson, Professor Atul Pandey, for the further proceedings.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to take a discussion. As the convener of this conference, Dr. S.K. Sharma has told me in the beginning, we have just 30 minutes time to complete this session as we are already running late from the schedule. And as we can see that Professor Ibul Mati is there online. And we have three speakers for today's session. So, okay, 9 minutes everyone. So please, remaining 3 minutes for me to. I hope Professor is all again, and he is going to address us on the theme of skill development and Make in India program for self-reliance. Mr. Matthew, it's over to you.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Respected Chair Professor Atul Pandey and uh, the Chairman of the organizing team, Professor S.K. Sharma, and all the respected members, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to everyone. And at the outset, I express my heartfelt thanks and profound gratitude to the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to share some of my ideas and experiences, especially related to the topic, the skill development and Make in India initiatives for a vibrant and self-reliant economy of the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are quite aware about India's great initiatives taken up. I love to share a little bit of information as a matter of slides, and probably we can just have a brief discussion on that. Excuse me, sir. Can you please just see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, well, we have got so much of flagship programs the government of India has taken up, and we also would like to align what are the things that we are experiencing today and also the road ahead. So, well, we know that we are in a globalized economy, and every country is trying to strengthen their position. And in fact, building competitive nation is becoming an inevitable task for every nations today. And India is also striving forward to becoming a a global superpower. And for that matter, we are to situate our own economy inside domestic as well as the various other potential the world over. So that's why what we would like to focus is more on the youths because today's youths the tomorrow's future. And that's why India is a young nation and we are to see to it various other aspects what India is experiencing today. But some of the important agenda the nation is having today is, of course, we talk a lot about Atmanirbhar during the COVID-19 pandemic situation, the kind of a role India had taken up to withstand that kind of a challenges and at the same time the various other aspects which we can situate maybe India is to become a global knowledge superpower in the next few years. That's why NEP 2020 had also been introduced, and India's visions to have US $5 trillion economies by 2026 or beyond. So that is what we have, and many other aspects is about the vocational education and the skill related courses to be imparted. That means by 2025, 50% of the learners shall have the exposure in skill and the vocational related area. And at the same time, the industry uh, scenario is changing. The artificial intelligence, the blockchain technologies, Internet of Things. In fact, the Industry Revolution 4 is coming up. And that way, the kind of a manpower requirement is also changing. Probably around 30%, 20 to 30% of the jobs which we are having maybe vanish in the next 10, 20 years down the line. Or another 20% of the jobs, new jobs, job roles may be coming up in the next 20, 30 years. So that's why, for that matter, we need to plan our people. So at the same time, to make a country develop, we have to sit with about the gross enrollment ratio. Also, that means when we see some statistics, India stands at 26.3 in 2018 and envisioning to achieve 50% by 2035. Some of the agendas and some of the developed nations had already achieved uh, more than 50%. Even China crossed 54.4, and the other states like US, UK already crossed 80 to 90%. So that way we can see to it about the overall GDP ranking. The India's economy is flourishing, and in fact, US already touched 25 trillion US dollar economy. China stands at 18.3 and is in the second. Japan is 4.3, Germany 4.03, and India has now taken over UK and stands at fifth position. So that's why in the next few years down the line, India is envisioning to cross this 5 trillion US dollar economy. That's why, in order to have a vibrancy in the economic development and growth, we need to focus on various programs, out of which the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is just one, and that's why all other uh, flagship programs, just especially the Make in India program that talks of India to convert a global manufacturing hub and also to provide so much of job potentials, etc. So that's why it's not an easy task for India to uh, cross 5 trillion US dollar economy in the next couple of years down the line. However, we have all the potential, all the human resources. That's why some of the areas of concerns could be the skill development about young boys and girls. Because India is a young nation. Because 40% of the Indian population, out of 1.25 billion, is under 18 years. And 54% of the Indian human resource pool is under 35 years of age. That's why India is truly a young nation and now getting the population dividends. And at the same time, we can also see to it the average age is still below 30 years. Whereas in case of Europe, the France, and Germany, or Japan for that matter, they have reached 47 years of age. And these are the certain demographic things happening in India. That's why India young populations are having their own aspirations, their own uh, standard of living, and their own expertise. And at the same time, it is becoming a great challenge in front of many of the policy planners about their employability, about their livelihood, and about their standard of living. So that's why we need to do a lot many things for the vibrancy of the economy to be reaching 5 trillion US dollar means more number of employments to be generated, and for that matter, more number of industries, SMEs, and various other sectors to be improved, especially in the area of manufacturing. As of now, it is having around 16 plus, this one percentage of contribution from the manufacturing sector. And that's why Make in India program is envisioning to touch 25% contribution in the GDP. So that's why at least they are having certain aspects of creating jobs in the tune of 100 million jobs by 2022. So that these are certain aspects we see to it. So I just have a brief recap of the understanding about the Make in India initiatives our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi had taken up through the Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trades. It's launched in 2014 and due course focusing on the domestic manufacturing, attracting the foreign investment, identifying 25 sectors, including automobile components, pharmas, IT-enabled services, etc., and to create 100 million additional jobs in manufacturing. And ultimately, India is envisioning to transform itself into a global manufacturing hub. So the world over is changing because of the global value chain, and India should be part of the global value chain in the years to come. That is how we may be able to contribute in the economic vibrancy of the country. So just moving ahead, for making India to be Atmanirbhar in various other sectors. Five pillars is very important. We need to understand about the demand of the items, the economy itself, the vibrant demography. In fact, India is having the young people, and of course, we need a resilient infrastructure, robust infrastructural facilities, plus the system and the technology. It is how we are just trying to just see to it. So Atmanirbhar can also be, measured. So in fact, so far, India has achieved very good self-reliant in some of the sectors, maybe in the food products, and iron, steel, transport, pharmaceuticals, and textiles. These are important, areas where India can just sustain Atmanirbhar. That means when we just see to it about the total exports and total imports, total exports is more. That means trade surplus is there in some sector. However, in some sectors, trade deficit is there. So for that matter, we need to find out, is there any possibilities of export enhancement and import substitutions. So that is the challenges in front of many of the industrialists, policy planners, and economic policymakers. So, keeping all these things in mind, one area of concern which I would like to share today is that the workforce receiving the skill training in various other countries. South Asia, for that matter, is a small country, but 96% of the entire workforce before they join, they got the skill training. Canada and Japan, they got 80%. Germany is 75. UK is 68. For that matter, small developing countries like Mexico, they are getting 24%, whereas India stands at 10%. Out of this 10%, hardly 4% is in the formal sector and 6% is in the informal sector. That's why the entire talent landscape, the education system India is having, there is a acute shortage of skilled workforces because the kind of a skill training which we are giving is not that very adequate. So that's why, along with the uh, Make in India initiative, Government of India had taken up about the Skill India uh, programs for giving 10 million youths every year and in various other sectors for the employment. So that's why startup programs coming up, Digital India program. Then we have so much of other financial inclusion programs, the Prime Minister, Jan Dhan Yojana and Mudra scheme and all sort of things. So that's why it's a really appreciable things coming up. This is how India is moving forward to become at least the third largest economy in the world. So to just share certain information about the employability of our young boys and girls. India approximately produces around 4.6 lakh engineers, this per year, and about 8 lakhs graduates in art, science, commerce, in general graduates, of which 25% of the engineering graduates is readily employable, 75% is not. And whereas for the general graduates, only 10% is readily employable, then the 90% is not because they do lack some sort of a skill set. So that's why it's not the number of degree holders, but the employability of these young graduates is very important. That's why we are to situate about their uh, skill areas, maybe the soft skill, the human skill, communication skill, the professional, technical, so on and so forth. That's why some of the attributes we need to situate to our young people. And in fact, the hard reality is educated unemployed youths number is increasing alarmingly in various other parts of the country. And in fact, government cannot provide jobs to each and everyone. And India is, as on today, is having around 6.1% unemployed of the entire population. As for the world, it stands at 4.9. And during the COVID pandemic, it touches around 29% too. So that's why self-employment and the promotion of job-oriented enterprise is the ultimate answer we need to see to it. That's why the need of the hour is entrepreneurship and skill development through vocational and skill education, through which we can just contribute for the self-reliant economy by engaging themselves in the productive manner. This is how they will be contributing to the growth of the economy. So normally we know that the skilled workforce is considered the most important human capital required for the development of a country. And that's why vocational education, skill development are the drivers for increasing productivity of the individuals, profitability of the employers, and finally the national growth. So that's why to make more employable of our youths, we need to provide right kind of a skill-based education, and through which we may be able to promote more number of entrepreneurs and job creators in the tight job market. So even for India also, we know 30 crore people are living below the poverty line. That's why it is a very, very challenging task in front of many of the policy planners to take up for the well-being of these people too. But the only helpful activities could be promotion of vocational and entrepreneurship skills among the youngsters. That definitely will have a lot in the growth of the economy. So that's why some aspects we can sit with in the education sector for achieving the self-reliant economy, particularly from the human resource perspective. We are to focus on the holistic way, the knowledge, the skill, and the attitude and behavior. So that is how we are just trying to have it. So knowledge is the cognitive, skill is the psychomotor, attitude and behavior is the affective. Along with this knowledge, attitude, skill, if we add habit to our young people, then nothing like that. Our young boys and girls definitely will become a very productive workforces in the global level. So that is what we need to focus on. And India has all the potentials to move ahead. So that's why some of the suggestions which I just would like to share on this forum is, in fact, India is to align their talent landscape to meet India's vision of 5 trillion US dollar economy by the next few years down the line. And that is very much important. That's why in which area we are just going to produce our human talent pools. So that is one aspect. And of course, I definitely love to suggest establishment of new departments or centers like the Institute of Vocational Studies and Skill Development in the universities and colleges is a very much important. And at the same time, startup incubation centers in every universities linking with industry is very much need of the hour. This is how industry, academia, nexus, industry, academia collaborations should be enhanced further. That is happening in many of the institutions. However, as for the India as a whole, the industry participation in the academic related things is relatively low. We need to give utmost importance and integrating the vocational courses and the entrepreneurship related courses in the choice based credit system as spelled out by the UGC. That needs to be strengthened further. So, with that, we can just move further about this economy to in a greater height, because in small countries like Japan, they are just able to operate more than 1,200 companies in India, and the South Korea itself is having around 750 companies operating in India. From a small countries, how come they are able to operate their companies in India? So that means the kind of a skill set, the kind of a vocational educations their country is providing, they're able to generate more number of skilled workforces. That is the drivers of economy. They definitely able to do all these things because of their talent, human resourceful. That's why India is now supposed to focus more on the skilled workforces. That's why even the Apple, the phones is designed by US, but they are just making in China. It's not that US loves China. It's because of the Chinese engineering talent pools, the number of skilled manpower China is providing at a very, very low cost. So that's why they are able to attract many of the manufacturing things in China. That's why India at least is supposed to make a global manufacturing hub, a part of the global value chain in manufacturing. For that matter, the utmost importance is the skilled workforces. So that is why I'm just focusing on it. That's why we may be able to uh, generate more number of entrepreneurs, and by just introduce generating more number of entrepreneurs, obviously it will contribute to the growth of the nation, because any of the developed nations whatsoever we are having today, maybe is country, the state, the region, the drivers of economy is the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs only. That's why our young boys and girls are to be motivated well, to be provided right kind of a skill set. At least they become uh, innovators, the creative talents they have, it definitely will provide jobs to many. So finally, but not the least, we know the whole world is changing very fast, and in a big vast jungle, we have so many animals, of which I take up only two animals as an example for learning. Every morning in a vast jungle, when a gazelle wakes up, it knows that it must run faster than the fastest lion, otherwise it will be killed. At the same time, this lion, the king of the animals, also wakes up every morning. So it knows that it must outrun the slowest gazelle, otherwise it will also die on starving because it cannot catch its prey. The point which I want to share, ladies and gentlemen, is it doesn't matter if you are a lion or a gazelle. When the sun comes up, we better be running. That means if we are a small country, a small state or big state, a small university or big universities, doesn't matter. We must put our efforts well. If we don't put our efforts well, if we are not innovative and creative in our activities, probably we may not be able to withstand the competition. So that's why we have to put our efforts well. That's why with that efforts, sooner or later, India will definitely will become a great nation and one of the superpowers in the world. So that is what I believe it, and let's put our efforts together. And with that, we should take care of the special emphasis to our young people. This is a human resource talent pools the country is having, how they will be flourishing. These are a few things I would like to share to all the learned delegates over here. Thank you everyone for the patient hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gaiti, for a wonderful presentation on the skill development and Make in India program for self-reliant economy. We are focused on the aim of 5 trillion economy for India. We have spoke about the our GDP position, about 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar, about the factors of receiving skilled training as well as workforce of India is concerned, the challenge of employability, about the graduate. We talked about the holistic approach relating to knowledge, skill, and attitude, which can take us to that dream of 5 trillion economy. And you have also given the solution regarding the uh, inclusion of vocational study and entrepreneurship in our curricula, and focusing on the establishment of vocational study centers and the education centers in the university system and linking them with the industry. And you summed up beautifully by the story of Central and the line. We need to keep running and surviving and that. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom.
Now I request Professor Siva Patel.
very advantageous position. Right now, we should be talking about what exactly, how we can actually, create and sustain a better competitive advantage for us. So I will say the advantages that India has, and that should be the basically the future part of what we can research and what we can, come to the forefront with. Yes, we are going to be a 10 trillion economy by 2035. We are a very, very young country. And thanks to the kind of culture and the kind of value system and the population we have, we will continue to be a very young country even the next decade. Then you see what has the government and these Make in India campaigns and the kind of Atmanirbhar slogans that we are getting, G20 summits being conducted, what we anticipate, lot of internationalization to happen. The global universities have been invited to come to India, open up the campuses and provide lot of credit transfer schemes and the kind of hopping or shopping between the institutes that students were looking for. You can hop from one and move on to the other. And anytime you have an issue, you have a new education policy, which is basically primarily based on credit transfer schemes. How your basic courses, even if they were for 6 months, 1 year, how you could carry them forward. Now, what are you looking at? You are looking at mapping your education system with the global education system. If you move on from India to US or Europe, or from US, Europe, somebody comes to India, the European credit transfer system, the Indian credit transfer system, they are globally mapped now. You can move around, which was not possible in spite of a lot of theoretical slang earlier. If you go out, you had to do that 1 year program as a bridge program. You were not recognized. So these are the things that are very, very vibrant upon. Another thing that you see is a lot of international accreditation. So university is also moving towards accreditation. Automatically, they align themselves to the global map, the students, the system, the processes, and then you find yourself not very alien. You find yourself in sync with them. Another aspect that I'll say is talk about is the kind of research grant that has been promised in the budget. It has been huge. That means what everybody is anticipating is applicable, implied, meaningful research output from everyone. So if we are doing research, it should not be some data crunching. It should be something aligned to what you can actually implement. Last factor that I'll put up here is that lot of effort has been put in that we realize the kind of skill, the kind of intellectual asset, the kind of expertise we have. If we own those skills, we move a further step towards, making country more self-sufficient. Now I'll talk about, I had a topic, I just talked about a paper that I would have, presenting in the conference. Now the topic was blockchain. Now, before talking about the blockchain, I would just like to say one thing. The whole financial environment, see, I belong to finance, the domain, so I'll be talking about finance. The whole finance environment has been digitized. So if you're sitting at home and you're talking about, any financial product, very, very quickly you come across robo-advisors, robo-chats, who become the first part for you to move ahead. A very simple product has been Paytm's UPIs. So these are called digital assets or third-party payment gateways. Very swiftly, you move from your cash to a cashless economy through a UPI or a third-party payment gateways where there are multiple partners. Your generation, not mine, your generation is not bothered about the banking system. Whether there were 24 banks, whether there are 20 banks, or whether they become only 3. You are not interested to know. And maybe your next generation would not be even interested to have a physical bank into place. Aap kabhi bank nahi jayenge. So the time to come that we only have universal banking concept and third-party payment gateways where the money is flowing from. You are only interested in financial products and services that help you out with your problems, which anybody can deliver to you cost effectively. So what we see in this era is whether it is insurance, whether it is banking, whether it is any financial letters, lot of digitization has taken place. And the next loop in line is consolidated financial one-shop hop. Another thing that I would like to add up here is that with this digitization and third-party payment gateways, lot of effort has been made to control the risk factor, the control the issues concerned involved in creating certain risk factors and aligning it to the global economy, to the global mapping. You are so well versed with the kind of digital assets. Now, when I say digital assets also are those kind of assets which were not there earlier. I think I'll give one example. You have heard about Facebook, right? Although the younger generation tells us we are not on Facebook, we are on Insta. Your generation is on Facebook. But see, when I talk about, digital assets or digital mapping, what I'm trying to say is that you heard about equity shares, normal. But when I say Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, do you realize that the kind of equity shares that he has, they are not normal equity. His equity doesn't have one vote. His equity has more than 20 votes. So with 30% of equity, he's controlling 70 to 80% of the voting rights. So when you enter into Mark Zuckerberg being interrogated by a lot of regulators, nobody can take away the company from him. But if you look at Walmart or Flipkart in India, Flipkart which was sold to Walmart, Bansal and Bansal brothers, who were the owners of the company, sold off their stake to Walmart at 5% equity. They were ousted, they were removed from the company. And thanks to this government again, I'm saying repeatedly, thanks to the government again, that under the Atmanirbhar self-sufficiency, they realized it. Now, SEBI has made it mandatory that Indian startup guys can come up with supernormal equity. They can have one equity, and each equity of theirs, promoters, founders, can carry more than one vote. So nobody takes away the idea or the technically the company from them. They can only invite Shark Tank's private equity to invest with them. So what I'm trying to say is, although this conference is more on the research side, but youngsters who are sitting there must realize that times have changed very swiftly for you guys. You are talking about every time new products, new financial services, which are going to cater to the masses and bring a swift paradigm shift in almost all the value chain networks. So I can keep on saying, oh, I'm talking about global value chain, it's going to streamline, but who's going to do that? How will it be done? Every time there is an innovation where digital content, almost all companies are harboring on the digital contents now. So advertising, Google, we don't call it a search engine, we say it's an advertising business. Now, another part that I would like to talk about that, rather I will sum this up now. When we talk about these paradigm shifts, when we talk about these pillars in this Atmanirbharta or the self-sufficiency of the government, when I bring a topic like this, and I am saying, not I bring, but people have brought in blockchains, what we are trying to say, there's a lot of convergence in the thematic functional areas. So you're talking about digitizations, and finance getting clubbed together. So blockchain is nothing but a code written which makes your transaction irreplicable. Now, who wrote that code? Somebody who was a computer science engineer. Who implemented it? Somebody who was into the finance domain. Who applied it? A fund manager. And what did we get? We got a transaction where the chances of errors become very zero. Interestingly, there is a tourism company, global tourism company, I won't say the name, but it wasn't doing very good during the COVID. What it did was it applied the blockchain concept in the transaction part. From the moment the customer is buying a ticket to booking and to reaching the place. Now, once the hashing was done, once the product was there and it was out in the market, now cost of implementing that product becomes so minuscule, managing it became so easy that people started like us writing papers on it, blockchain and tourism industry. So what I will sum up with this is self-sufficiency has been there with India. India was a Sone ki chiriya, still a Sone ki chiriya. A lot of, we expect a lot from the youngsters to actually contribute to the changing map or the paradigm shifts that we are witnessing. Yes, but it is data analytics, I totally agree, and convergence between the internet, media, and the functional area. So again, I would like to thank everybody for inviting me for the conference. Thank you so much. and see you. Thank you. Thank you.
For your powerful presentation about our Indian economy. As we covered up in the presentation that our Indian economy is in a very, very advantageous position. Why talk about 5 trillion economy? We are going to be 10 trillion economy by 2035. But for that, the mapping of our education system with the global education system is very important, which new education policy is already doing. It is emphasized on the role of blockchain, which is one of our domain areas. Insurance, banking, finance, all kinds of industries are getting digitalized. And as a result, it's a new challenge for the youngsters. And government of India has also realized about the concept, and she talked about the supernormal equity and importance of data analytics. Atmanirbhar Bharat has been associated with all these aspects. So thank you very much, Professor Siva Kapil, for your deliberations. Now I request the third panelist in this technical session, Sri Vikas Agrawal. Is a renowned entrepreneur from Bhiwani. He was Agrawal Traders. He will be addressing us on entrepreneurship challenges and opportunities. Vikas, I would request you to please sum up in 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Pandey sir. गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। सबसे पहले तो मैं थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा हमारे प्रोफेसर एस.के. शर्मा जी का, जो कि आज की हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस के कॉन्फ्रेंस कन्वेनर हैं। उसके साथ मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा हमारे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अजय शर्मा जी का, जो कि हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी हैं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के। और उसके अलावा जो हमारे सर हैं ऑन द डाइस, डॉक्टर अतुल पांडे सर का, जो कि रेवा से हैं और प्रोफेसर हैं, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। साथ में मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा डॉक्टर शिवा कपिल, जो प्रोफेसर हैं, जिन्होंने इतनी अच्छी नॉलेज हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत के बारे में दी, प्रो डिजिटल गो डिजिटल के बारे में दी, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। और सभी डिग्निटीज जो ऑन द डाइस ऑफ द डाइस एंड सभी मेरे फ्रेंड्स, कोलीग्स और सभी मेरे गुरुज को मेरा सादर नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मुझे प्राउड फील होता है जब मैं कभी भी सोशली किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे होता हूँ या बिजनेस के प्लेटफॉर्म पे होता हूँ कि मैं एक TITN हूँ, मैं TIT से पास आउट हूँ। और उस चीज का रिगार्ड और जो प्राउड जो फील मुझे होता है, वो मुझे जो हमारे प्रोफेसर हैं इन्हीं से होता है। और सबसे ज्यादा प्राउड मुझे जब फील होता है कि मैं जब कॉलेज में जब आता हूँ और यहाँ मुझे सभी बच्चों के बीच में और जो मेरे कोलीग्स हैं और जो स्टूडेंट हैं उनके बीच में बोलने का मौका मिलता है, तो मुझे वो सबसे मेरे लिए प्राउड मोमेंट होती है। और जैसा कि प्रोफेसर ने बताया, ऑनलाइन जो सर ने बताया, बोहल सर ने बताया, सारी चीजें बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकली हम मार्केट में देखते हैं और ये चीजें बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकली हमारे सामने चैलेंजेस इस टाइप के आते भी हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो हमारी बीजेपी सरकार का, और जो हमारे PM हैं श्री ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी, उनका एक प्रोजेक्ट है आत्मनिर्भर भारत। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, इसको जानना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि आजकल जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आज की जो जनरेशन है, वो पढ़ते केवल इसीलिए है कि ठीक है जल्दी जल्दी पढ़े, HCS बने, IAS बने, डॉक्टर बने और कुछ भी बने, वो चीजें सारी जरूरी हैं, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है कि आत्मनिर्भर जरूर बने। आत्मनिर्भर आप कैसे बन सकते हैं? आत्मनिर्भर आप अपनी स्किल को, अपनी स्किल्स को आप जानकर, आपके अंदर क्या खूबियां हैं और आपकी जो प्लस पॉइंट है, आपकी MSP क्या है, उसे आप जानकर आप आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। अपने आप को अपग्रेड करके आप आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। देखिए, जब मैं यहाँ से पास आउट होके मैंने जॉब की, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर, मैंने कंप्यूटर से यहाँ B.Tech की, उसके बाद मैंने जॉब की, और जॉब करने के बाद मैंने साल या 1.5 साल के करीब मैंने जॉब की बेंगलोर में, नोएडा में। उसके बाद मैंने अपना खुद का बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, और धीरे धीरे करके सारे बिजनेस में मुझे काफी चैलेंजेस आए, क्योंकि फैमिली बैकग्राउंड जो था वो बिजनेस का नहीं था। लेकिन काफी अच्छा मुझे आज जिस लेवल पर हम हैं और जो काम कर पा रहे हैं, उसमें काफी अच्छा मुझे फील होता है। लेकिन मुझे सबसे अच्छा फील जब होता है जब मैंने अपने आप को अपग्रेड रखा, जब सामने मेरे सामने जब चैलेंजेस आए, जब मुझे पता लगा कि यार ये तो नहीं हो पाएगा, अब जो सोलर है नई चीज आई है उसको अपग्रेड करना जरूरी है, सोलर के बारे में जानना जरूरी है, लिथियम बैटरीज आई, कैपेसिटर बैटरीज आई, पहले लेड एसिड बैटरीज होती थी। सब चीजों को हमने अपग्रेड किया, जाना, उनके बारे में समझा, उनको स्टडी किया। उनको स्टडी करने के बाद हमें लगा यार इस फील्ड में है ना बहुत ज्यादा ग्रोथ है। कोई भी फील्ड ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें ग्रोथ नहीं है। कोई भी फील्ड आप मान के चलिए, कोई भी फील्ड आप सिलेक्ट करें, सब में ग्रोथ है। लेकिन आप किस पैशन के साथ उस फील्ड के अंदर आप काम करते हैं, सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी चीज वो है। और फिर कोविड के बाद तो हमने ये चीज देखी, सारी मीटिंग जो है गूगल मीट पर हो रही है, जूम पर हो रही है। और कोविड के बाद हमने देखा कि जो मार्केट में बहुत ज्यादा चेंज हुआ है वो डिजिटली हुआ है। आज से हो सकता है 5 साल पहले जोमेटो स्विगी इतने ज्यादा पॉपुलर नहीं थे, हम घरों से जाके ही अपना जो भी कोई गेस्ट आ जाता था या कोई भी हमारे घर पे आ जाता था, हम जाके ही सारा सामान डिलीवर करवाते थे। लेकिन हमने देखा है कोविड के बाद ये चीजें बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से चेंज हुई है और हमें इनके ऊपर डिपेंड होना हमारी मजबूरी हो गया है। तो आप देखेंगे डिजिटली अगर आप अपने बिजनेस को ग्रो कर पा रहे हैं तो आप बहुत आगे जा रहे हैं। गो डिजिटल, ग्रो डिजिटल। आप अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट जब कर पा रहे हैं, यूट्यूब पे आप अपना चैनल बनाइए। अगर कोई आपके अंदर किसी भी टाइप, सब बच्चों में बहुत अच्छी अच्छी स्किल्स हैं, आप यहाँ टीचर से इतनी अच्छी नॉलेज यहाँ आप ले रहे हैं, एमबीए के स्टूडेंट हैं आप अपना खुद का यूट्यूब चैनल आप बना सकते हैं। यूट्यूब चैनल पे आप किसी भी फील्ड के बारे में, मैनेजमेंट के बारे में, प्रोग्राम एरिया के बारे में, बिजनेस के बारे में, किसी भी फील्ड, पीआर एंड मार्केटिंग के बारे में आप नॉलेज, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, किसी भी फील्ड के बारे में आप नॉलेज दे सकते हैं। जब आप यूट्यूब पे बोलना स्टार्ट करेंगे तो आपकी जो स्किल्स है, जो आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स है वो इतनी ज्यादा इंप्रूव होंगी, आपको लगेगा कि हमने बहुत कुछ हासिल किया है। आप यूट्यूब पे बोलेंगे तो आप यहाँ सेमिनार का आपका टाइम आएगा जब डिलीवर करने का, बहुत अच्छे से आप सेमिनार दे पाएंगे। यूट्यूब पे डिलीवर आप जो भी चीजें, जो भी कंटेंट आप डिलीवर कर रहे हैं उसके लिए कोई भी ज्यादा आपको इन्वेस्ट कुछ करना ही नहीं। सबके पास स्मार्टफोन है, स्मार्टफोन आपने एक सिंपल स्टैंड पे लगाया, यूट्यूब पे छोटा सा वीडियो शूट किया और उसको शेयर किया। देखिए बिजनेस में इसका बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिलता है। मेरा यंगर ब्रदर है, छोटा है मुझसे, और वो डॉक्टर है और एमसीए यूरोलॉजिस्ट उसने की है, एमसीए यूरोलॉजी के अंदर है, वो गुड़गांव में। जैसे ही वो गुड़गांव में गया तो हमारा गुड़गांव में कोई ज्यादा बैकग्राउंड नहीं था। अगर वो अपना हॉस्पिटल स्टार्ट करता तो हॉस्पिटल के लिए मिनिमम इन्वेस्टमेंट जो थी वो 20 करोड़ के करीब, 25 करोड़ के करीब, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल अगर बनाते हैं तो उसकी इन्वेस्टमेंट की जरूरत थी। 5 साल 6 साल पहले उसने आरएमएल, राम मनोहर लोहिया से अपनी डिग्री कंप्लीट की। लेकिन उसके सामने चैलेंजेस बहुत थे क्योंकि गुड़गांव में बहुत ज्यादा यूरोलॉजिस्ट हैं और किडनी स्टोन के पेशेंट भी बहुत हैं और बहुत ज्यादा कंपटीशन है। तो उसने प्रिस्टीन केयर के साथ, आप लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा, प्रिस्टीन केयर एक हेल्थ की बहुत अच्छी ऑनलाइन कंपनी है, ऋतिक रोशन उसके ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं। प्रिस्टीन केयर के साथ उसने अपना टाइप स्टार्ट किया और धीरे धीरे उसने अपने आप को ग्रोथ करना स्टार्ट किया। मैंने भी उसको जितना डिजिटली मैं हेल्प कर पाया, वैसे तो मैं कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर 2006 में की, मैंने बीटेक की, लेकिन अभी तक वो सारी चीजें आपको पता है बिजनेस में आने के बाद फिर उतना उसके ऊपर कमांड नहीं रहती। लेकिन जैसे उसने अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट किया मार्केट में, उसने स्टार्ट किया प्रिस्टीन केयर के साथ साथ, उसने अपना एक स्टार्टअप अपना स्टार्ट किया क्योर स्टोन के नाम से। आप लोग प्ले स्टोर पे जाके और गूगल पे जाके सर्च कर सकते हैं क्योर स्टोन। क्योर स्टोन के नाम से जब उसने अपना स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया तो उसके अंदर उसके पास आप स्टार्टिंग में 3 से 4 लीड मुश्किल से आया करती, उसने अपनी कॉलिंग टीम को रखा और साथ में उनके साथ स्टार्ट किया। आज आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि करीब करीब उसके 60 से अबाउट लीड्स डेली की उसके पास है, जो कि किडनी स्टोन पेशेंट्स की हैं, हर्निया पेशेंट्स की हैं, जिस भी टाइप का जो वो डॉक्टर है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही उसके पेशेंट की लीड उसके पास आती है। वो कैसे पॉसिबल हो पाया? उसने सीखा प्रिस्टीन केयर कैसे वर्क कर रहा है। प्रिस्टीन केयर वर्क ये कर रहा था कि उसने उसको स्टूडियो में इनवाइट किया कि डॉक्टर साहब आप हमारे स्टूडियो में आइए, जो किडनी के स्टोन्स के पेशेंट होते हैं वो किडनी स्टोन होने से कैसे अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं उसके बारे में बताइए। पानी किडनी स्टोन के पेशेंट को कितना डेली पीना चाहिए, और किडनी स्टोन का पेशेंट किस क्या क्या सब्जियां खानी चाहिए जिसकी वजह से उसको किडनी स्टोन ना हो। उसने सारी चीजें बतानी स्टार्ट की, बहुत आसान आसान चीजें बतानी स्टार्ट की, बहुत टेक्निकल चीजें बतानी स्टार्ट की, जिसकी वजह से बहुत कम टाइम में वो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट यूरोलॉजिस्ट बन गया नॉर्थ इंडिया के अंदर। और आज उसका स्टार्टअप है, आप सर्च करेंगे तो इतना बड़ा स्टार्टअप है जिसके अंदर मुझे भी लगता है कि आने वाले टाइम में मुझे भी उसको हेल्प करने के लिए, असिस्ट करने के लिए मुझे भी वहां जाना पड़ेगा। तो ये चीजें बहुत ज्यादा मायने रखती हैं। उसने मुझे भी मोटिवेट किया, जब भी वो यहाँ आता है तो 2-3 महीने में एक बार आता है क्योंकि उसका बिजी शेड्यूल होता है। उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि भैया आपका सोलर का चैनल है और सोलर का आपका बिजनेस है, एक ग्रोइंग बिजनेस है, आप लिथियम बैटरीज के बारे में, सोलर के बारे में आप यूट्यूब पे क्यों नहीं बताते। मैंने उसको बोला यार यूट्यूब पे बताएंगे तो, लेकिन भिवानी के लोग शायद देखते हैं नहीं देखते। आज से उसने 4-5 साल पहले मुझे बोला, मैंने कुछ टाइम पहले ही, आज से 1 साल पहले मैंने अपना यूट्यूब चैनल बनाया लिनक्स के नाम से। मैं सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हूँ, तो फिर मेरे दिमाग में लिनक्स सॉफ्टवेयर हमेशा दिमाग में रहता था, तो हम पढ़ते थे जब। ओरेकल लिनक्स के नाम से मैंने अपने खुद के ब्रांड 2 बैटरी के लॉन्च किए, और मैंने लिनक्स यूट्यूब सोलर चैनल के नाम से, सोलर ज्ञान के नाम से मेरा अपना चैनल बनाया, और करीब करीब 6 महीने के अंदर उसके 12,000 सब्सक्राइबर हो गए। और वो सारी चीजें जब पॉसिबल हो पाई, मैंने उसके खुद के स्टूडियो में गुड़गांव जाके भी कुछ शूट किए और बताया, नॉर्मल नॉलेज दी, जो सोलर मोनो पैनल क्या होते हैं, पॉलीक्रिस्टलाइन क्या होते हैं, सारी नॉलेज देने के बाद जो मैंने लिंक अपने स्टेटस पर लगाया, फैमिली में जो मेंबर्स हैं उनको बताया, अपने स्टेटस पर लगाए, फेसबुक पर लगाया, इंस्टाग्राम पर लगाया, लिंक्डइन पर लगाया, तो उससे इतना ज्यादा मुझे बेनिफिट हुआ। भिवानी के लोगों को ये लगा यार ये लोग है ना एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं और इतना अच्छे से काम कर पा रहे हैं। भिवानी में हमने 400 घरों का बिजली बिल जीरो कर दिया केवल उस यूट्यूब के एक चैनल से। 400 घरों के अंदर हमने सोलर ऑडिट सिस्टम लगाकर उनका बिजली बिल जीरो कर दिया, क्योंकि वो माउथ पब्लिसिटी भी बहुत जल्दी होती है। छोटा शहर है भिवानी, उनको लगा यार ये अग्रवाल साहब हैं जो ये अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने यूट्यूब पर सारी चीजें पढ़ी देखी, और वो लोग है ना, कभी कोई फरीदाबाद से काम करवाता था, कोई दिल्ली से करवाता था, कोई गुड़गांव से करवाता था, उनको लगा यार भिवानी में इतना अच्छा काम करने वाले हैं, इतना अच्छा क्वालिटी परफॉर्मेंस ये डिलीवर कर सकते हैं, तो इनसे ही काम करवाया जाए। तो मैं मानता हूँ सोशल जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, अगर आप उस पर काम करते हैं तो आप बहुत जल्दी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। इंस्टाग्राम है, यूट्यूब है, लिंक्डइन है, फेसबुक है, आजकल तो व्हाट्सएप ब्लास्टर भी आया हुआ है, जिसके अंदर आप मैक्सिमम आप एक बार में 1500-1600 लोगों को एक बार में मैसेज आप डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। आपकी कॉन्टेक्ट लिस्ट में, आपके ग्रुप्स में जितने भी कॉन्टेक्ट हैं, उनको आप एक्सट्रैक्ट करके सभी को आप मैसेज एक बार में, जेपीजी इमेज हो सकती है, पीडीएफ हो सकता है, कोई भी कंटेंट आप डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। तो आप देखिए कितनी ज्यादा पावर है सोशल मीडिया में। आप अपनी कोई स्कीम है, आपकी कोई लॉन्चिंग है, आप कोई ऑफर दे रहे हैं, आप कोई फेस्टिवल ऑफर दे रहे हैं, वो सारी चीजें जेपीजी इमेज के थ्रू आप उसके अंदर भेज सकते हैं। देखिए उसके अलावा सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज मार्केट में ये होता है कि आप जब पेरेंटल बिजनेस को संभालें या आप अपने बिजनेस को संभालें, सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कतें आपको फाइनेंस से रिलेटेड आती हैं और अकाउंट से रिलेटेड आती है। अकाउंट्स को आप बिल्कुल ट्रांसपेरेंट रखें, बिल्कुल साफ सुथरा रखें। आप एमबीए के स्टूडेंट हैं, अकाउंट्स के आप बहुत अच्छी नॉलेज भी ले रहे हैं, अकाउंट्स आपके बिल्कुल क्लियर होने चाहिए। अगर आपके अकाउंट्स क्लियर है तो आपका माइंड भी बिल्कुल क्लियर होगा, और माइंड क्लियर होगा तो आप नई स्ट्रेटेजी, नई पॉलिसी बनाकर आप अपने बिजनेस को बहुत आगे ले जा सकते हैं। अकाउंट्स क्लियर के लिए सबसे बड़ी फायदा ये है कि आप किसी भी कंपनी के साथ काम करते हैं, अगर आपके पास कम फाइनेंस भी है, आपने कम पैसा भी लगाया है, तो भी आप कम पैसे में कंपनी से बार्गेनिंग करके सीडी कैश डिस्काउंट के ऊपर, सारी चीजों के ऊपर आप मटेरियल ले सकते हैं। और आप क्रेडिट के चक्कर में ना पड़े, क्रेडिट आप मार्केट में देंगे, क्रेडिट आप कंपनी से लेंगे, तो आप उस गोल गोल चक्कर में घुस जाएंगे, और उससे क्या होगा, आपका जो फाइनेंशियल फ्लो है आपको पता नहीं लगेगा कि आपकी कंपनी प्रॉफिट में जा रही है या लॉस में जा रही है। आप छोटे से स्टार्ट करें, छोटी छोटी शुरुआत से ही आप बड़े बिजनेस में बहुत आगे तक जा सकते हैं। उसके अलावा सबसे बड़ी चीजें ये है कि लर्निंग आपकी लाइफ टाइम चलती रहनी चाहिए। लर्निंग आप अगर अपने बिजनेस के अंदर, अपनी स्किल्स के अंदर, अपनी जो एक्सपर्टीज है, आप उसके अंदर लर्निंग करके अपने आप को अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं, अपग्रेड करने के बाद आप किसी भी लेवल पर जा सकते हैं। मान लो आपने कोई यूट्यूब चैनल बनाया, जैसे हमारा ही मान लो यूट्यूब चैनल है, उसके ऊपर मैंने सोलर के बारे में सारी जानकारी दे दी। धीरे धीरे मेरे को लगा कि लिथियम बैटरीज अब इंडिया में आ रही हैं जो लेड एसिड का अभी रिप्लेस कर देंगे लेड एसिड को, और फिर आगे कैपेसिटर बैटरी आ रही है जो स्टोरेज में बहुत अच्छी है, जो कि टेलीकम्युनिकेशन पे भी हम काम कर सकते हैं उसके ऊपर। तो अगर उसके ऊपर आपने जानकारी दी तो आपका कंटेंट बिल्कुल डिफरेंट होगा। कंटेंट अगर आपका डिफरेंट होगा तो गूगल जो है वो आपको प्रमोट करेगा, आपके यूट्यूब चैनल को प्रमोट करेगा, आपके उस वीडियो को प्रमोट करेगा, और आप देखेंगे कुछ ही टाइम में जैसे ही आप वीडियो को प्रमोट करते हैं, तो अगर आपका कंटेंट बेस्ट है तो कुछ ही टाइम में जो आपके सब्सक्राइबर हैं और व्यूअर्स हैं वो बिलियंस में पहुंच जाएंगे। कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, क्योंकि आपने जानकारी जो दी है वो यूनिक दी है। और अगर वो मिलियंस में पहुंच गए तो आप एक साथ कोई भी चीज डिलीवर एक साथ जो कर रहे हैं वो हजारों लाखों लोगों में कर रहे हैं। अगर आपके 1 लाख लोग सब्सक्राइबर हैं, सिल्वर बटन आपको यूट्यूब से मिलेगा, और आप जो अपनी जानकारी है वो साथ के साथ 1 लाख लोगों को आप उसमें दे रहे हैं। और अगर आप सर्विस सेक्टर में हैं तो आप देखिए आजकल कस्टमर जो है वो कंफर्टेबल लेवल चाहता है। हमने स्विगी से ऑर्डर क्यों देना पसंद किया, हमने जोमेटो से क्यों देना पसंद किया, क्योंकि हमें बैठे बैठाए घर पे हमारे गेस्ट हमारे सामने बैठे हैं, हम उनके साथ बात कर रहे हैं और हमें बैठे बैठाए सारा सामान घर पे मिल गया। कस्टमर पसंद करता है कंफर्टेबल लेवल। और आप अगर आपके कस्टमर के पास फाइनेंशियली दिक्कत है, मतलब आपके पास ये है कि सर्विस सेक्टर में अगर आप ग्रोथ करना चाहते हैं, सर्विस सेक्टर में आगे जाना चाहते हैं, तो अपने आप को इतना अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा, आपको ऐप के थ्रू अपने आप को अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा कि कस्टमर का जो कंफर्ट लेवल है उसको आप अचीव कर पाए। जैसे बैटरी की कंप्लेंट है या कोई भी सोलर की कंप्लेंट है, तो उसको लॉगिन का एक ऐसा प्रोसीजर होना चाहिए, वो लॉगिन करते ही उसकी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास आ जाए। हमने बना रखा है हमारा खुद का सॉफ्टवेयर, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आने के बाद जो हमारी सर्विस टीम है वो अपने आप उसके ऊपर वर्क करे और कस्टमर को विद इन 12 आवर और 10 आवर उसको सर्विस मिले। तो आप देखना आप अपने आप को कहाँ तक ले जा सकते हैं। मैं अपने बिजनेस का एग्जांपल लेके बता रहा हूँ, आप जिस भी बिजनेस में है, जिस भी प्रोफेशन में है, या जिस भी प्रोफेशन में आप जाना चाहते हैं, सर्विस सेक्टर को अगर आपने मजबूत कर लिया, सबसे पहले अकाउंटिंग है, फिर सर्विस सेक्टर है, अगर आपने सर्विस सेक्टर को मजबूत कर लिया तो आप बहुत आगे जाने के आपके चांसेस हो जाएंगे। फिर सोशली आप कितना काम कर पाते हैं, मार्केट में आपकी सोशल इमेज क्या है, आप सोशली जो संस्थाएं हैं मार्केट में, जो बहुत सी संस्थाएं हैं मार्केट, जो जेसीआई है फॉर एग्जांपल, मैं जेसीआई के अंदर हूँ, अजय शर्मा सर संस्कार भारती के अंदर हैं, आरएसएस है, कोई भी संस्था है, अगर आप उसके साथ जुड़ते हैं तो बहुत से लोगों के ग्रुप के साथ आप जुड़ते हैं, और अपना जो स्टेज फियर है और अपनी जो एक्सप्रेस करने की बातें आप जो एक्सप्रेस करना चाहते हैं, वो आप सब चीजें सोशली प्लेटफॉर्म पर बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं। सबसे पहले तो देखिए फैमिली है, उसके बाद बिजनेस है, उसके बाद सोशल है। आप सामाजिक तभी हो सकते हैं जब आपकी फैमिली वेल सेटल्ड है, आप सामाजिक तभी हो सकते हैं जब आपका बिजनेस वेल सेटल्ड है, और आप सामाजिक तभी हो सकते हैं जब आपने समाज को कुछ देने का ठाना है, और आप एक बहुत अच्छा एंटरप्रेन्योर चेहरा बन सकते हैं पूरे समाज के लिए। आप अपना जो एमबीए के स्टूडेंट में वैसे ही स्टेज फियर की तो वैसे ही दिक्कत नहीं है, आप अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं पूरे सोशल समाज के सामने कि हम आपके लिए क्या नया स्टार्टअप और क्या नई चीज लेकर आए हैं। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, और इन चीजों के गवर्नमेंट की स्किल आजकल स्कीम्स बहुत ज्यादा है, स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, एमएसएमई है। स्टार्टअप इंडिया अगर आप देखेंगे तो कोई भी आपके पास आइडिया है तो गवर्नमेंट इतनी ज्यादा स्कीम्स दे रखी हैं, अगर आपके पास आइडिया उसे आपको इंप्लीमेंट करना है, फंड्स की जरूरत है, तो स्टार्टअप इंडिया बहुत इजीली तरीके से आपको लोन प्रोवाइड करा सकता है। कई बार फाइनेंस की हर जगह दिक्कत आती है, कोई भी बिजनेस हो, छोटा बिजनेस है, बड़ा बिजनेस है, बड़े से बड़ा बिजनेस है, फाइनेंस की डेली सुबह उठते ही दिक्कत आती है। अगर आप स्टार्टअप इंडिया में अपने आप को रजिस्टर करते हैं, ये जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम में है, एमएसएमई के अंदर आप रजिस्टर करते हैं, एमएसएमई के थ्रू आपको लोन पर भी सब्सिडी मिल जाएगी। एमएसएमई के अंदर बहुत सी सब्सिडियां हैं। अगर आपने टेक्नो कमर्शियल ऑफर बना के दिया है, हमने सोलर लगाया बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री पे, मेगावाट्स में भी लगाया, उन इंडस्ट्री के पास बिजली का बिल तो बहुत ज्यादा देते हैं, लेकिन उनके पास इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए उस टाइम पे ऑन द स्पॉट पैसा नहीं है, तो ये लोग बोलते हैं यार हमें ना आप टेक्नो कमर्शियल ऑफर बना के दीजिए। हमने अपना एमएसएमई का सर्टिफिकेट हमारा आधार उपयोग बनाया हुआ है, और उसके थ्रू हम लोन किसी भी प्राइवेट बैंक से और गवर्नमेंट बैंक से करा देंगे। तो हमने उनको टेक्नो कमर्शियल ऑफर हमने अपना बना के दिया, और आप 9% पे करीब करीब उनको सोलर का लोन एसबीआई बैंक के थ्रू, पीएनबी के थ्रू मिल गया। 9% का लोन मिलने के बाद आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, 6% की उनको लोन के ऊपर सब्सिडी रिबेट मिल गई। वो किस वजह से मिल गई? क्योंकि उनके पास एमएसएमई का सर्टिफिकेट, एमएसएमई का सर्टिफिकेट होने के बाद उनको लोन पे रिबेट मिल गई, और जो इतने ज्यादा भारी भरकम वो बिजली के बिल देते थे, उन बिलों के अंदर उनको बहुत ज्यादा फायदा भी मिल गया, और आप मानेंगे 3% के ऊपर उनको पूरा प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस हो गया। तो ये स्कीमें हमें जानना जरूरी है, इन स्कीमों के बारे में जानना जरूरी है, और ये स्कीमें ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पर सारी अवेलेबल है। हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो इनके बारे में ट्रेनिंग भी लगातार देते हैं। जैसे सर ने बताया स्किल्स की ट्रेनिंग की इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा कमी है, इंडिया का नंबर जो था वो सबसे लास्ट में है। 10% लोग ही स्किल्स की ट्रेनिंग ले पाते हैं, बहुत कम है 10% लोग जो है इंडिया में स्किल यंग है। भारत में यंगिस्तान है भारत, देखिए एवरेज एज जो है वो बिलो 35 ईयर्स है, लेकिन स्किल्स की ट्रेनिंग नहीं दे पाते। चाइना में आप कोई भी मशीनरी पार्ट्स खरीदने जाए, मैं पीछे लिथियम बैटरी की मशीनरी खरीदने चाइना गया, तो चाइना में कोई भी पार्ट्स कैसे वर्क करता है, सबसे पहले ऐसे ऑडिटोरियम में बिठा के वो अपनी मशीनरी के पार्ट्स की सारी जानकारी देते हैं कि हमारा पार्ट्स ऐसे वर्क करता है, इसको ऐसे रिपेयर किया जाता है, इसके इस पार्ट से इस तरीके से हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में एफिशिएंसी निकाल सकते हैं, हम अपनी लेबर कॉस्ट ऐसे कम कर सकते हैं, हम नंबर ऑफ स्टाफ लगाकर कम लगाकर और ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं। वो सारी चीजें स्किल्स की जो जानकारी जापान और चाइना इसमें सबसे आगे स्किल्स की जानकारी देने के अंदर, इसीलिए वो कंट्रीज आज डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज। तो स्किल्स की जानकारी आपको जरूरी है, और आप जिस भी बिजनेस में हैं, आपकी जो टीम है, जो आपकी वर्किंग टीम है, उसके अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस आपको पैदा करना बहुत जरूरी है। उसके अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस आना चाहिए, जो चीजें आप जानते हैं, आपके अंदर जो जानकारी है, उस जानकारी को आप उनके अंदर डिलीवर जरूर करें। आपको लगता है कि मैं सोलर लगाना मुझे आता है, आपको लगता है सोलर इंस्टॉल करना आता है, मुझे सोलर के ड्रॉबैक्स पता है, मुझे सोलर के फायदे पता है, आपकी टीम को आप जरूर बताएं। वो टीम जाकर ताकि मार्केट में आपकी बहुत अच्छी पॉजिटिव पब्लिसिटी करेगी आपकी फर्म की, और उसके साथ साथ उनके अंदर भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा, और उनका लेवल आप इतना बढ़ा देंगे कि वो किसी भी जगह आगे चल के जॉब करेंगे तो अपने आप को वो बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राउड फील करेंगे कि हमने उस फर्म के साथ काम किया था, जिसके बाद हमारी जो वैल्यू है, हमारा जो लेवल है वो इतना ज्यादा इंक्रीज हुआ कि हमें मार्केट में हमारी जॉब जो हम अपने आप को 20,000 का, 25,000 का, 30,000 का समझते थे, अग्रवाल ट्रेडर्स पर काम करने के बाद हम अपने आप को 1 लाख रुपए का, 2 लाख रुपए मार्केट में समझ पा रहे हैं। तो आप अपनी टीम के अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस जरूर बिल्ड करें। सारी चीजें यही हैं, सबको पता है। और TIT&S तो वैसे भी बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं और सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि TIT का स्टूडेंट होना अपने आप में एक प्राउड की बात है। आप इंडिया में कहीं भी चले जाइए, किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट, किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी में चले जाइए, अगर आप जाके अपने आप को TIT का स्टूडेंट बताते हैं और आप अपने आप को वहां अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, तो आप मान के चलिए आपको एक अलग ही रिगार्ड मिलने वाला है। क्योंकि TITians जो है, नॉलेज तो फुल है, लेकिन हमें अभी भी भिवानी सिटी का होने के बावजूद, भिवानी में होने के बावजूद, हमें अपने आप को कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में आगे करना है। नॉलेज की हमारे अंदर कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन मैंने फिर से बोला, उसको रिप्रेजेंट करने की कमी है। देखिए, मैं भी जब मैं TIT से मैंने बीटेक की तो मेरा फाइनल ईयर था, मुझे आज भी ध्यान है, मेरा सेमिनार यही हुआ था। और मैं, हो सकता है मेरा सेमिनार 15 मिनट का था, मैं 4 से 5 मिनट में तो वो सेमिनार पूरा करके नीचे ही आ गया था, क्योंकि कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी। देखिए, अपने आप को प्रेजेंटेशन, क्योंकि पीछे बैठना, बैक रोज में बैठना, और फिर वो कोई भी आपको इनवाइट करे आगे स्टेज पे, तो उससे फिर ये बचना, ऐसा कभी नहीं होना चाहिए। आपको कोई भी टीचर आपको प्रेजेंटेशन देने के लिए बुलाए, तो आप सबसे पहले आगे आइए, क्योंकि अगर आप कल को बिजनेस में जाएंगे, प्रोफेशन में जाएंगे, अगर आपने अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट कर लिया, 90% तो काम अपने आप ने कर ही लिया। अगर आपने अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट कर लिया, तो आपने अपना 90% काम कर लिया। अब मैंने सोलर के बारे में आपको जानकारी दी, हो सकता है इसमें 100 स्टूडेंट हैं, तो सभी को पता लगा कि सोलर का बिजनेस जो है वो अगर बढ़ गया। थैंक यू सर। मैं अभी 2 लाइनों से मैं अपनी स्पीच को एक बार समअप करना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद फिर से करना चाहूंगा पूरी टीम का, TIT मैनेजमेंट का, हमारे गुरुज का, हमारे डायरेक्टर्स का, कि उन्होंने मुझे इस काबिल समझा कि मैं यहाँ आके एंटरप्रेन्योर स्पीच के ऊपर कुछ बोल पाऊँ। 2 लाइनें आप सभी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। जिंदगी खेलती उसी के साथ है जो खिलाड़ी बेहतरीन होता है। जिंदगी खेलती उसी के साथ है जो खिलाड़ी बेहतरीन होता है। दर्द सबके एक से है, लेकिन हौसले सबके अलग अलग हैं। कोई हताश होकर बिखर जाता है, तो कोई संघर्ष करके निकल जाता है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Vikas, for this wonderful presentation. You spoke straight from your heart. I can say you shared your real life experience, and you focused on digitalization for entrepreneurship and use of social media platform. And you gave message to the students to keep learning. When you're doing any kind of business, the convenience and the comfort of customers is supreme. Accountancy and success are very important for startups and entrepreneurs. Government has come up with a lot of schemes, and you really motivated students. When alumnus is speaking, it is hard to stop because he or she connects with heart with the students. You must be remembering your days in this campus. So we had very good presentations today. We had 3 powerful presentations. One online, then another one we had from Professor Siva, and this one from Vikas. I would like to sum up from what Vikas said. बरगद के बीज में वो शक्ति होती है कि पूरा वृक्ष बन जाता है. Every beginning is small. You must start. That is very important. So with these words, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much to all the panel members, and all the invited guests, and all the students and patients with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for a valuable session that we had. We had a look on different aspects of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Vikas has quoted a live example of his life, that what kind of problems that and the challenges that he has faced and how he has been able to present himself. Professor Shiba Kapil has significantly presented the role of the cryptocurrency, like that there will be a cash-free environment, and there's role of banks, the cryptocurrency. She has presented in a very beautiful manner. Professor Mehti has presented the demographic dividend, and I hope that students has a great benefited from his presentation. So we are just moving toward the end of the technical session third, and I would like to having a memento distribution presentation at this time. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Singh to present a memento to Professor Atul Pandey. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Sharma to present a memento to Professor Shiva Kapil. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary to present a memento to Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I'm really happy just to say that we are blessed to have you all in the campus and you have very significantly presented all the facts related to make the Bharat Atmanirbhar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, the panel. We are just going to start the validity session within 5 or 10 minutes. 5. Disciplinary committee is requested to come on the stage fast. They are directed to arrange the dais immediately. Discipline committee is advised to change the banner also. Because we are these are the studying banner change. कुर्सी के लिए आप बच्चों ऊपर आ जाएं. 5 to 6 students are requested to come on the stage. इधर फर्स्ट ईयर के 2-3 बच्चे आ जाएं.
बाहर की प्रोफेसर ऐसे ही करते हैं बट हम लोग क्या है ना लिमिटेशन ऑफ कंटेंट प्लेजरिज्म आपका कंटेंट नहीं चुरा सकते लेकिन हमारे कंटेंट से क्या होता है नॉट ओनली फ्लैट बट चुराने के लिए नॉट ओनली फ्लैट इंस्टीट्यूशनल इश्यूज हो जाते हैं यहाँ पे ना चेकिंग नहीं होता है हमारा बता के उसका नाम कुछ उसका मिसयूज इन द सेंस कई बार गड़बड़ कर देना कि आपने गलत किया ये चीजें हमने देखा है कि इंडिया में ना एकदम कंट्रोल्ड नहीं है कंटेंट का तो जमाना है कंटेंट राइटर्स की तो बड़ी स्पेशल फेवरेट
We are having Dr. Pragya with us, Dr. Deepika Sharma with us. We welcome you, ma'am. A very good morning and namaskar to one and all. We have just reached to the validity session of this national conference, Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vibrant growth in the Indian economy. I would like to request Shri Manish Kumar Shukla, our chief guest, business head of the marketing DBTL Limited, Bhiwani. Guest of honor, Professor Atul Pandey, Dean Faculty of Management of Desh Pratap Singh University, Lega. Professor W.C. Singh, Manipur Institute of Management Studies and Registrar, Manipur Central University of Imphal. Professor G.K. Tyagi, Director TIT&S. Professor S.K. Sharma, Conference Convener. Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Organizing Secretary of the National Conference. Dr. Monica Sharma, Joint Organizing Secretary of this National Conference. May I request to please grace the chairs on the stage. Thank you, sir. We had a very wonderful experience throughout 2 days, and now we are just coming toward the validity session of this 2 days national conference. Firstly, I would like to invite on the podium Professor S.K. Sharma, conference convener, for the welcome remarks. Please, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to all of you to the 2-day national conference on Atmanirbhar Bharat. Yesterday we had the number session and we have run one technical session. And today morning we have again organized 2 sessions. Session 1 on 2, in which we have discussed a number of topics on the new education policy, entrepreneurship, cryptocurrency, challenges and opportunities in the area of entrepreneurship and small business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege for me to welcome you for joining this function last 2 days, and I hope that you might have enjoyed the content presented by the various galaxial personalities in this conference. I am grateful to Shri Manish Shukla for accepting our invitation and becoming chief guest of today's function. As you know, that in our program, whole program, Mr. Arun, he is the president, was supposed to come, he has accepted, but due to his health problem, today night at 9, I got the message that he is not coming. So I was very much upset to be very sad. I requested Vikas, my partner, who is the vice president in HR, so they had managed. So now I'm happy that my show is going as I wanted it to. Thank you very much, sir. Bye bye. Dr. Manish Shukla is graduation in science from the Bhopal and did his Master of Business Administration with specialization of marketing from Gwalior. He started his professional career in 1995 with the renowned group Aditya Birla in Gwalior in the area of textile. He is having a vast experience, about 25 years in the same industry. He has worked in the Dollar Industries Limited, and after that now he is working with the GBPI in Bali. His role is business head is looking at very challenging area, that is sales and marketing. Because the success of every organization is depend on the marketing department, what kind of deliver, what kind of communication, what kind of sincerity the marketing team is showing to sell their product to the market in the tough environment. So with this words, sir, once again, I am thankful to you to spare your valuable time in our short discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly I welcome guest of honor, Professor Atul Pandey, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join this function. Thank you very much, sir, to be with us on this occasion. I would like to introduce Professor Atul in a very brief slide. Professor Pandey is head Department of Business Administration of Dev Pratap University, Rewa. He has been more than 30 years experience of teaching. He is a gold medalist recipient in the various areas. He is a person who has several positions in the Dev Pratap University, Rewa at a time. He is ex-member of Executive Council, the Faculty of Management Studies, Chairman, Board of Studies, the Dean, Student Welfare, Nodal Officer, and Incubation Center, and he is the Deputy Director of IPC also. He has academic positions in state level as well as Chairman, Central Board of Studies, and Department of Higher Education, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. His area of research is advising and sales promotion, consumer behavior, strategic management, retail and brand management. He has published more than 80 research papers in the pursuit of international and national journals. He attended the several national international workshops, conference, seminars, invited lectures, reflection courses, and a key speaker on a research person. He attended more than 41 conferences in India and abroad, and he supervised more than 30 doctorate research and MPhil research, and good amount of students are working under the research guidance. On the institute level, he has completed 4 workshops and 3 conferences in the university. His knowledge is not restricted with the students only. He is a person who believes in triple I. One is institute, industry, and interaction. It is very important in the area of management education. Every day we are talking about the institute, industry, interaction, institute, industry, relation. So this is because we cannot survive without the industry. So we have to maintain our relation with the industry. Formula on this basis is conducted 5 to 6 executive development program for the managers for the MPCC in the MP sector. Thank you very much, sir, once again for giving us valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I am grateful to Professor W.C. Singh for accepting our invitation and becoming a key speaker during the session. Sir, I am very much thankful to you for coming over here from about 4,000 kilometers to Bhiwani. So this is a special thanks to you, sir. I would like to brief about Professor Singh. Professor Singh is a professor of management in Manipur Institute of Management Studies, Manipur University, and working on deputation to the administration as registrar of Manipur Central University. Dr. Singh is having an experience of more than 28 years. He has established extensively in teaching, training, research in India, and visited many member countries like Israel, France, UAE, United Kingdom for the academic purpose. Professor Singh conducted training programs for senior level executives at many public and the private sector in India and abroad too. Besides, he has conducted the FDPs, LPDs, case studies of teaching workshop, academic administrator, workshop, etc. to many universities and institutions. They are very low brief, so I just want to cut down to shorten the time. Please, sir. He has rendered his professional services to the institute like MDI, Gujarat University, Mother Vaishno Devi University, to name a few before joining Manipur University in 2007. He was working with various institutions of Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, Mizoram. He is a life member of various academic bodies in the various capacities like member, chair, and co-chair. He has published more than 45% papers in the national and international journal of repute, and published 8 books of you in the area of finance and strategic management. He has produced a good number of PhDs for the doctorate, and some of the students are also working in his research side. Dr. Singh contributed extensively at various capacities, the examination coordinator and training in depth and placement in the High University Bharat. He has worked as a warden then and various uh, administrative positions he is occupying in the university being a senior professor. He has also worked as a head in the university placement cell in Manipur University and registrar in charge Manipur University with effect from 2019. Thank you very much, sir, for joining this function. Ladies and gentlemen, I also welcome the Honorable Director, Dr. P.K. Tyagi, to spare his valuable time and to be with us. Welcome to the delegates from the different parts of the country, those are presenting over here and getting the occasion. The conference is not succeed without the academician and visitors. So here, yesterday also we are listing the galaxy of personalities, and today also we have 2 sessions and we are listening 8 speakers. Earlier morning session was chaired by Professor Mr. P.C. Pandey, International Fellow, then International Fellow, and he is having different kind of fellowship. Professor Anand Sharma, the Faculty of Management, Central University of Mahendragarh. Then again we have listened Professor Surika Bharat, who is the Dean Faculty of Management from the Bansila University, Bhiwani. In the second session was chaired by Professor Atul Pandey, and the 2 speakers were Ms. Siva Kapil. She has come from Delhi, madam. I am very thankful to you also for sparing your valuable time. She is a professor in Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, which is a very prestigious institution in India. Also thankful to Ravi Kumar Gupta, the director of Bharat Institute, who has come from Delhi and presented his views on the new education policy system. So these are the different issues. Today we have already discussed, sir, and now the time has come to the function. So with these words, I once again welcome the students, the media persons, and staff and non-teaching staff of the institute. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your support.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Now, it is time to welcome our chief guest, the guest of honor. I would like to call upon Dr. Mukesh Kumar to present a bouquet to our chief guest, Shri Manish Shukla. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Ashwini Goyal to present a Samman Patrika to Shri Manish Shukla. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Kamal Sardana sir to present a bouquet to our guest of honor, Professor Atul Pandey. Now I would like to request Shri Aishwarya sir to adorn a Saman Patrika to our guest of honor, Professor Abdul Kadir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Akhil Kaushik to present a bouquet to our guest, Professor W.C. Singh. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Ajit Singh to adorn a Saman Patrika to Professor Singh. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Ankita Gupta to present a bouquet to our special guest, Dr. Pragya Pandey. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Ms. Sanju to adorn a Saman Patrika to our guest, Dr. Pragya Pandey. Thank you, ma'am. As we all know that from tomorrow onwards, this 8th national conference is going on. We had a number of paper presentations through online and offline mode. We are having 3 technical sessions in all, having a different chairperson in those sessions, having a different keynote speakers, and having a different repertoire according to the technical session. They have summed up their reports and submitted to Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma. He has been organizing secretary of the national conference. Now, I would like to request Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma to please come on the podium and to present the conference report.
Oh. So I have this opportunity to read the complete today's report regarding the program. So let me start first with the name of motivator. Our respected director, Professor G. K. Tyagi, he always play a role of motivator. Just like if you see in the Ramcharitmanas, the role of Guru Jambal. Guru Jambal, when he see that every youth at the bank of sea headed down, then he called Hanuman. So Tulsi wrote, Kehu Richpati Sun Hanumana,
काच पिसाद रहु बलवाना पवन तने बल पवन समाना बुद्धि विवेक विज्ञान निधाना. So just like our director always supported the team and he always take the personal interest to organize a function like we are seeing in these 2 days. So when we have to discuss on an issue, so one more quote, it is very relevant that गंगा जी के घाट पर भई संतन की भीड़ और तुलसीदास चंदन घिसे तिलक लेत रघुवीर. So on this dais, a lot of Tulsi who delivered their experiences and their feel for the specific subject Atmanirbhar Bharat, and they delivered a very valuable thoughts, and all youth, all students, community have to learn that how can we achieve this dream. So I have a complete report of these 2 days, and this report was made by my four colleague, Dr. Manoj Nanda, Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, Dr. Akhil Kaushik, and one more name, Dr. Ashwini Goyal. So everyone has counted so many numbers of holy quotes from the literature, and I have this opportunity to read with you. So the inaugural ceremony began with the conference convener, Professor Sharma, setting the tone of the event. In his remarks, the convener highlighted the vision of the government and laid emphasis on its contribution and liberal funding. He also talked about how the government is making efforts to revitalize the Indian textile by pumping funds in centers of excellence in technical textile. Professor Sharma also detailed on the investment share of different countries in our country, which has increased significantly through FDI in India. The second professor, Professor Divya Malan, in first session, Director IMSAR delivered her keynote address in the form of an interactive session with the audience, and she counted 5 pillars for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Professor P.C. Pandey, visiting fellow, UNESCO, Taiwan, guest of honor, underscored in his address the growth trajectory the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission has promised. It can be achieved with propensity and decentralized plan. He said the mission is growth and development driven, and decentralization of plan is pivotal. Professor Pandey, being a renowned expert in policy formation and documentation, highlighted the idea of placing the ordinary in front and center of the development process to achieve more. Professor M.C. Garg, Director, Haryana School of Business, GJU Hisar, guest of honor, kept his address brief due to health constraints and highlighted the 3 E's of Atmanirbhar Bharat as education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Professor Garg discussed the challenges faced by the country in achieving its goal of being independent and self-reliant. He pointed out that rapid technological advancements, automation, industrialization are making many jobs unnecessary, and thus we need to keep pace. Professor K.K. Agrawal, chief guest of the inaugural session, underscored the time right now as the best of India due to power of technology. He described how the first time in the history of civilization, technology is available upon request, and how we have more technologies and fewer problems. He said technology and environment both are helpful in propelling a country as the potential of the youth is unlimited. Professor Agrawal urged that the traditional methods either be replaced or bettered for quickening the process of development. He added, since education is at the core of everything, we have to make teaching student centric to move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the technical session, yes. In the technical session, Dr. Vikas Gupta, as a chairperson, he is finance officer, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. He quoted social media-based learning platforms, a step towards administrative Atmanirbhar Bharat, and he called to present the research papers by the delegates. Neha Rani, she presented her paper on role of awareness on purchase, attitude of consumers towards green cosmetic products. The Preeti Atri, entrepreneurship and startups. Akash Sharma, issues related to breastfeeding solutions by technical textile, and Ms. Simran Sehgal on ONDC, a revolution in Indian e-commerce. On the dais with Dr. Vikas Gupta, Professor Pawan Kumar Singh is also delivered on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and he explained in detail Bharat and Atmavan Bharat. So he focused on education makes us independent. Technical education is must for self-reliance. Dr. Raj Mehta, the owner of Dr. Raj Advanced Child Care Center, Bhiwani, he discussed the different challenges and issues on healthcare system. Professor Likshita Bansal, as co-chairperson, she is Dean, Faculty of Management, TIT&S, Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala. She focused on NEP 2020. She discussed in detail the main provisions regarding the NEP 2020. Mr. Ankit God, he delivered his lecture on sustainability, innovation, and he quoted 3R: reuse, reduce, and reimagine beautifully. And she was from Dubai. Mr. Sachin Jain, a renowned entrepreneur, he is the owner or MD of Vardhaman Jewelers, Bhiwani. He shared his practical experience of his life as entrepreneur. So I have to say that when we start a new project, generally we doubt on our efficiency. Sometimes we say, I can do, but sometimes we feel I can't do. So a beautiful quote is given in Holy Gita when Lord Krishna was trying to motivate Arjun, and every time Arjun refused to fight. So last, Lord Krishna told him that I am the ultimate. You just believe on me and you just control of your feeling. Then Arjun asked, कि चंचलम ही मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलभद्रडम तस्याहम निग्रहम मन्ये वायुरिव से दुष्करम। हे प्रभु, आप जिस मेरे मन को वश में करने की बात करते हैं, मेरा मन इतना मति, इतना दृढ़ी, इतना निष्ठुर है कि मैं इसे जितना काबू करने की कोशिश करता हूं, ये उतना ही उच्छृंखल हो जाता है। Then Lord Krishna replied, असंशयम महाबाहो दृढ़ निग्रहम चलम मनम अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्णन्ति। हे अर्जुन, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है जो तुम कह रहे हो कि तुम्हारा मन बड़ा मति और दृढ़ी और निष्ठुर है, पर यदि तुम योग करोगे तो योग साधना से ये मन तुम्हारे वश में आएगा और ये फिर वो करेगा जो तुम डिसाइड करोगे। So in life we have uncertainty always, but we must be full of confidence that whatever we start, definitely it will be completed by us. In today's session, first technical session, this session was inaugurated by Professor P.C. Pandey as chairperson, who introduced the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat and emphasized on the vast potential of Indian youth compared to the rest of the world. Professor Yvonne Mackey, he also quoted, even if you can't act today, it is your duty to start thinking what you can do to add value to at community level and to the nation's economy. Afterwards, Professor Anand Sharma highlighted the importance of skilling, reskilling and upskilling. He advocated that it is high time that we harness the advantages of India's demographical dividend and be ready for industrial revolution 4.0. He also suggested that India can be the epicenter of economic growth due to several reasons like highest English-speaking population and cheapest data market. Later on, Professor Sunita Bharat eminently discussed the concept of entrepreneurship and startups. She elaborated that the skills gap between literacy rate and employability needs to be diminished and innovative development centers must be established in rural Bharat. She motivated the student to think out of the box, earning while learning, and be adaptive to new technologies. Last but not the least, in this session, Professor Ravi Gupta delivered his valuable thoughts on National Education Policy 2020. He also enlightened the fact that we have a great legacy and we were the pioneer in the domain of education, trade and economy. He suggested that one should learn from the past but take decisions according to the present scenario and be ready for the future. All of you know that when we read Ramcharitmanas, so in Ramcharitmanas, a chand is given in Sundarkand that proves that India is developed in ancient time. And the chand is Kanak Kot Vichitra Manatra Sundarayatana Ghana. Tulsi Road, Chahu Hat Hat Suvat Vinti, Char Pur Bahu Vilivana, Gajbaj Culture, Nikar Padachar, Rath Paruthan Kogane, Bahrup Nishar Juta, People Sen Varnat Nahi Bane. When Bad Uban Bad Kasar Poop Babi so high. तो इस तरह का डेवलपमेंट हमारे भारत में उस समय पर था, जो वर्तमान में हम मल्टी स्टोरीज बिल्डिंग और ड्रेनेज और जो रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करते हैं, ये हमारे पास तो धरोहर में हमारे पास पहले ही था, हमारे पूर्वजों ने हमें दे रखा था। In the second session, the technical session, third, had the deliberations of four eminent speakers, namely Professor Atul Pandey, Dean Faculty of Management, Awadh Pratap Singh University, Rewa, Professor Chaudhary Ibol Menji from Imphal, Professor Shiba Kapil, IIMT Delhi, and Shri Vikas Agrawal, the MD of Agrawal Traders. So the session was initiated by Professor Mehti in online mode. I think we already put it, it is repeated. So thank you very much, Professor Sharma, for giving me this opportunity to read this report. And I always charge whenever I got this opportunity to share some of my view, and I feel that I am a very biased person. So that is why I quoted some holy quotes from the Ramayana and Mahabharata and other holy books. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You did a very wonderful job. It's a very hard job that this to cover each and every aspect that we have covered in the conference. Thank you, sir. Firstly, I feel apologize that I just forgot to mention our guest, Mr. Vikas Gupta. He is from BTM. I welcome you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Ashwani Goyal to please escort him up to the stage, and I request Ms. Karuna, Madam Karuna, to present a bouquet to our guest, Mr. Vikas Gupta. Vikas Agarwal. Thank you, sir. We welcome you. Now I request Professor S.K. Sharma to adorn a Saman Patrika to Sri Vikas Agarwal. May I have your contribution for our conference. Thank you, sir. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite on the podium Professor Singh from Manipur Institute of Management and Study as a registrar, Manipur Central University of Imphal for the valedictory address. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais, Sri Manish Mukerji, Business and Marketing, GBTL Limited Bhiwani, chief guests of this session. Professor Atul Pandey, Dean, Faculty of Management of Des Pratap Singh University, Rewa, and guest of honor of today's program. Professor S.K. Sharma, conference convener of this two-day national conference. Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Organizing Secretary, National Conference. Professor G.K. Tyagi, Director, TIT&S Bhiwani. And Dr. Monica Sharma, Organizing Secretary, National Conference. And all the dais, all the invited resource persons, speakers, and contributors to this conference, and all the other invitees, the learned students and the research scholars of Technological Institute of Textiles and Sciences, and from other colleges and universities across. I'm really delighted to be here with us, with you all on this very day, the second day of the national conference. I'm so thankful to my own guru and the research supervisor who taught me during my post-graduation and PhD program, Professor S.K. Sharma, who is here in TIT&S since long and who is instrumental in building his own institution at this height. And to all the organizing members of this today national conference. I'm really thankful to TIT&S and the organizing committee for inviting me. I feel proud to be with all of you on this very occasion. Today I will be discussing briefly on three key issues. The first one is very important. It talks about the policy makers with relation to this two-day national conference on Atmanirbhar Bharat, vibrant growth in Indian economy. So, with relation to this theme, three things I would like to talk. The first one is very important. It talks about the policy makers. How do we make policies for our country? With relation to a vibrant economy, for building a vibrant economy of our country, is extremely important. We got this word, see, Atmanirbhar Bharat since 2020 onwards. Before that, the new term which we have been using was only all about self-reliant India. But since the day we coined this term, this Atmanirbhar Bharat, India is trying to move ahead with a stronger focus and a robust thought towards building a vibrant economy and a self-reliant economy. This development of a vibrant economy and a self-reliant economy will be possible only when we have a solid policy document. And if we do not have a very solid policy document and a robust policy document, this will be very difficult task. The policy makers are supposed to play a major role in this. And all the intelligent people, knowledgeable people, experienced people, and people from various walks of life should integrate out here for developing a very good policy document, which is to be implemented in due course of time for the fulfillment of our long-cherished dream of a vibrant economy and self-reliant economy. This is extremely important. And how effectively we are doing it in that line. This is first aspect. Well, the government of India since 2040 onwards is consistently focusing on this, and all the government departments and the ministries are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and self-reliant India and how this is to be fulfilled and what are the actions and the activities all of us should play and contribute in fulfilling this dream. This has been and have been some of the major challenges and issues of this present time. The second point is all about education system, which is extremely important. The education system, without a robust education system, the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat will not be possible to fulfill. We talk about it today, all about great nations like United States of America and the European Union and European countries. Why is it they are more flourished and advanced compared to India, our country? Is because the education system has well cemented for this purpose only. Today we're talking about adopting the American education system. But when they have already adopted this education system for cementing and streamlining and making their economy robust and vibrant. Only recently India realized that we need to bring a change in our education system. Today we have implemented the National Education Policy 2020. I'll tell you my own story as a registrar of the university in Manipur University, how we do this. Though the say, central ministry, that means Ministry of Education and University Grants Commission and all other regulating bodies are consistently monitoring the progress of implementation of this national education policy. But the curriculum design and the way we are going to implement this education policy should basically embrace this real concept of this Atmanirbhar Bharat. Otherwise, the real meaning and the say, growth focus of our country may be say, defeated in due course of time. So that is why we should build this very strong and a robust education system. And for that purpose, we need to bring a change in our curriculum. The curriculums need to integrate all about those various parameters which the NEP is talking about, and beyond that, many other things like the grassroots connect, the industry connect, focus on the skill development, the indigenous knowledge system, technology, the innovation. At the same time, we also can talk about the composition of the students admitted in these universities. Why I'm talking about the composition of the students in universities? The reason being, learning should not be confined only to a group of say, members from the same community, a group of members from the same state. Learning should be perfect, all-round. The composition of students are representing all say, people from all states of the country. People from other countries are coming to our classroom. People from all communities of a particular state are coming to the classroom. That is very important. That is why we need to bring a change in the admission policy of the universities. And if we do not have, say, suppose 20 to 30% reservation of the total intake for the students from say, outside the state and from other say, countries of the world, then the vibrancy, the consistency, commitment to the classroom, and at the same time, the diversity in the classroom say, will be able to establish. That will enhance our say, global focus and a global mindset in the classroom itself. It will help us in building the global citizen of our own people, our own students. That we are going to groom in our classroom for 2 years or 4 years and 5 years. That is very important. Very recently, since last year, university has adopted a large number of villages. 11 villages we have adopted. And these adopted villages are going to tell say, various success stories of these villages, the values and ethics of the people living in these far-flung interior say, villages. Many of these villages are not trodden by common people in the last 30 years. And we have identified some such villages, and that has been brought in the limelight of our state, and that is integrated to the higher education system. Regularly, few departments and making teams are visiting all these villages, and the grassroots connect of our students have been empowered in the last 2-3 years time in the university. Though in the meantime, the NAP has become a boon, and whatever we have been doing is again as per the guidelines of national education policy. Today we talk about the students with skills. The students empowering these skills and vocations will not be possible without the support of the industry, without the support of these incubation centers. And the university needs to work in that line. And like this, on the other hand, we talk about the indigenous knowledge system. Why is indigenous knowledge system is extremely important? Because with these indigenous knowledge system, we will be able to talk about developing this economy. We talk about the commercialization of these very, very valuable indigenous knowledge. And all these perspectives need to be brought in the real concept of education. Today we talk about the Bloom's taxonomy for teaching and evaluation. But whether Bloom's taxonomy is only visible for teaching and evaluation, that is is a question at the moment. Because today we talk about the imparting skill-based education. And when we talk about imparting skill-based education, students are brought at the grassroots, students are brought at the ground, students are brought in the agricultural to the agricultural fields. There is no theory. It's all about the practice and the practice and the practice only. What we have done in the university, I'll tell you, we have some affiliated agricultural colleges. The agricultural students are supposed to work in the adopted and the far-flung the agricultural villages. They are supposed to stay there for 3 months continuously. They make themselves in tent out there, watering of this plant, seedling, transplantation, and say use of fertilizer, and say giving the different quantities of say water to different plants. All these exercises are done by the students only in these 3 months time. Some of our agricultural say farmers, they are talking that they're giving us a feedback to the university that is university sent 30 students to them. There is a huge cost saving to these farmers because all the students have taken the charge of watering this plant, making this soil and the manure, and transplanting planting of these seedlings to various other parts in the field. And that kind of system is necessary. So that when we try to train and understand the evaluated students, so whether it's Bloom's taxonomy is really the principle for evaluating students, that is the question. So how to train and groom again you see the faculty members and teachers who are imparting knowledge at the same time giving training to the students. We need to train again to these faculty members on the basis of say, what kind of mechanism we are going to say, evaluate the students. That itself again is another very big challenge. Now, when we talk about this vibrant economy and Atmanirbhar Bharat, without this education, this system will never be able to fulfill. As government of India is knowing all these facts, they have come up with this idea of a new education policy 2020, and it is in line with developing our economy. In line with this, what I would just like to suggest out here is something like we always dream for a vibrant economy and say Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let us look at the reality. Okay, as per the GDP growth, India is the fifth largest economy. Okay, but what is the purchasing power, say, parity of our people? This is one aspect. The third one is out here, along with this purchasing power parity and the GDP growth, have we ever compared the manufacturing capacity of our country? Today, say China is the factory of the world with 28% of the more production of say, global requirements. USA is with 16.8%, but India is manufacturing hardly 3.1%. And when we talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, unless we push our say, manufacturing capacity at the level, we will never be in a position to compete with China's 28%, which is almost 9.5 times of what India is producing and manufacturing. This is very tough task for the country to compete with United States of India, who is manufacturing more than 16.8. This is almost say 6 times of what India is producing. So on one aspect, we need to look at what is India's GDP growth, and on the other hand, what is India's purchasing power parity, and the third one is what is the position of India's manufacturing capacity. Because only the service sector cannot transform the country's economy without manufacturing. Manufacturing is basically the primary thing for the country's growth and development. Why China is leading, why USA is leading, is just because of this manufacturing capacity. and how to increase and enhance our manufacturing capacity along with increase in purchasing power, parity, and GDP growth. All these three things are simultaneously important for developing our country economically and making our country self-reliant. So along with this education system, the focus is also that right. That is why the education system, we talk about the say, skill-based education and the vocation and say focus on the startup. All these perspectives are in relation to enhancing our manufacturing capacity. While we're jumping down into indigenous knowledge again, this is all about the commercialization of these indigenous knowledges and on the other hand, enhancing the manufacturing capacity. And in line with the education system, this is very important. The third thing which I just would like to share with all of you is all about the implementation strategy. And this is the vital thing for the growth and development of the country and for making India an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Why is it I'm saying this is the implementation strategy? So implementation strategy is extremely important because if we do not implement our policies and the plans and the systems in a very good manner and in an effective manner, then all these things will not easily happen. In the university system, I'll tell you one simple example, we'll close up in 1 minute. Many say of our non-teaching employees are recruited in the university and they basically do not have any skill. When you talk about the digitalization and enhancing its efficiencies and effectiveness of the organization, many of them are having some outdated knowledge, and that is why we are not in a position to fulfill many of our dreams. So only a few people, few sections in the society, and a few sections and few people in an organization are basically targeting towards the real implementation and effective implementation of the ideas. And remaining the rest of the 80% of the total non-teaching staff are not basically usable on today's time. So how to remove this deadwood from the organization is again something which we need to understand and fulfill in due course of time. And without that, the concept of the Atmanirbhar Bharat and fulfilling it will be a very difficult task and a great challenge. And I'm so thankful at the end for giving me this opportunity and allowing me to share some of my ideas. And I congratulate finally the organizing team and the Technological Institute of Textiles and Sciences for organizing this valuable conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And it's really a proud moment that we just came to know that Professor Singh is a student of Professor S.K. Sharma and is also been the mentor. Professor Sharma is also been the mentor of Professor Singh. So a great round of applause is that Professor is back here, submitted his PhD underneath. So it's a great moment that mentor as well as a scholar they are sharing the same kind of podium. So it's a very great thing that to see. Thank you, sir, that for inciting us from the valuable quotes and the things that we always, from the 2 days that we are quoting, that we have to put more stress on the skills, only then there will be a, you can say that outcome of the new education policy. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite in the podium Professor Atul Pandey, Dean Faculty of Management of Desh Pratap Singh University, Reva, for the special address as a guest of honor.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected Director of the Institute, Dr. G.K. Tyagi, respected guests who delivered the executive address just now, Dr. Singh, very respected Dr. S.K. Sharma, convener of this national conference, respected Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Dr. Malika Sharma, all the invited resource persons. I'm honored to be here in this today's national conference on a very prominent topic of not only this country but across the globe, the Atmanirbhar, the vibrant growth in Indian economy. I would like to go a step ahead to say, because today we have been talking a lot about these kind of things. From Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to move towards what we used to say in past as Vishwaguru Bharat. Or what yesterday Dr. P.K. Singh said, towards global leadership or towards the knowledge capital or the wisdom capital of the world. India is emerging as a global leader as most of us have witnessed in certain recent global activities, and we all take pride in that. To me, to become that global leader, to become that Vishwaguru, I think we need to focus on our self-pride, wisdom, strength, more specifically economic strength in this context, and kindness. Let me start with a small incident. Everybody knows Swami Vivekananda is famous for his speech in 1893 that he delivered in Chicago. I'm just quoting a small incident which is not known to many people. During the tea break of that conference, that event, one gentleman from a foreign origin walked to Swami Vivekananda and looking at his artifacts, his dress, he asked him, he understood that he's from India, he asked him, "What is your name?" Swami Vivekananda said, "मेरा नाम विवेकानंद है." Coincidentally, that gentleman knew Hindi. So the next sentence came in Hindi. आप भारत में कहाँ रहते हैं? Swami Vivekananda said, "I live in Kolkata." That gentleman was surprised, as anybody who is listening to this incident would be surprised. And obviously, that gentleman asked the question, "When I speak to you in English, you speak in Hindi. And when I speak to you in Hindi, you speak in English." Swami Vivekananda gave a beautiful answer. He said, "जब आपने अपनी माँ का सम्मान किया, तो मैंने अपनी माँ का सम्मान किया. जब आपने मेरी माँ का सम्मान किया, तो मैंने आपकी माँ का सम्मान किया." We need to respect our mother tongue, right? We call it mother tongue. I will just quote one more incident. Some 100 years down the line, there is a very famous program on TV. Now they have a channel. सभी ने देखा होगा आपकी अदालत. रजत शर्मा आते हैं उस प्रोग्राम में. कई वर्षों पहले मैंने देखा था और उसमें मार्कटली को बुलाया गया. कुछ बच्चे मार्कटली का नाम सुने होंगे. मार्कटली बीबीसी के कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट थे. He was born in India in 1935. Pre-independent India. और वो अभी भी बाहर नहीं रहते. बीबीसी के बहुत सीनियर कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट थे. उन्होंने भारतीयता को आत्मसात किया और उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाया आपकी अदालत में रजत शर्मा जी ने. जो फीलिंग्स आपको हुई है, आपकी सोच में दास्ता का भाव है. आप ऐसा सोचते हैं कि आपके पूर्वजों ने कई वर्षों तक इस देश में राज किया है, वो सोच आपकी सोच में है. Mark T said, "My feelings are not full. Feelings of some of the Indians are full." I tell you how. जब मैं किसी सोशल गैदरिंग में जाता हूँ, मुझे कोई व्यक्ति मिलते हैं, मैं उनसे हिंदी में बात शुरू करता हूँ, लेकिन वो व्यक्ति मुझसे इंग्लिश में बात करता है, क्योंकि वो सोचता है कि मार्क तो भी इसलिए हिंदी में बात कर रहे हैं क्योंकि मार्क तो भी सोचते होंगे कि मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आती, इसलिए मार्क तो भी हिंदी में बात करते हैं. तो वो अपने इंग्लिश का ज्ञान दिखाने के लिए इंग्लिश बोलता है. And the conversation which we have taken place in Hindi takes place in English. This I tell you whose feelings are provided. English is a continental language. We must learn it. We must use it. We must respect it. This is my version. But it's not become a status symbol in the country. आप अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के बोलिए, आप समाज में कहीं भी जाते हैं और कोई व्यक्ति इंग्लिश में थोड़ी बात करता है तो आपकी नजर में उसका स्टेटस थोड़ा बढ़ जाता है. और यदि आप इंग्लिश में नहीं बोल पा रहे हैं तो आपको थोड़ा सा इंफीरियरिटी होती है. कम्युनिकेशन पे हम लोग काफी बात करते हैं. Communication is a broader concept, but when we talk about communication in these schools, we are mostly talking about how well you can communicate in English. Where today also in our country, English language is having a supreme position. And many parts of the country, people are able to express themselves in Hindi. So it becomes common language in many cases. 75 years down the line, when we is there, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, हम अपनी एक राष्ट्रभाषा को प्रतिष्ठित नहीं कर पाए पूरे देश में. मैं फिर कहता हूँ, अंग्रेजी भाषा के सम्मान का अंग्रेजी भाषा को यूज करने का कोई नहीं है. You must learn and use it. Almost one of where it can be a common language, it is a continental language. But taking pride in one's own language, one's own culture is very important. विश्व गुरु बनने के लिए it is very important. The knowledge tree which we have, the roots have to be strong. Don't only focus on the flowers and fruits. If we forget our roots, nobody is going to respect us. अभी अजय शर्मा जी जब रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. वो हमारे ग्रंथों से बहुत सारे संस्कृत के श्लोक को कोट कर रहे थे, उनको रिलेट कर रहे थे उनके साथ. मैं बच्चों से एक सवाल पूछता हूँ, आपने हेलेन केलर का नाम सुना है? उनको पढ़ा है? अधिकतर बच्चों ने सुना होगा, पढ़ा होगा, राइट? स्टोरी ऑफ द गर्ल जो जब छोटी थी, पैदा हुई थी, उसको बोलना और सुनना ये सब नहीं आता था. हाउ शी बिकेम अ गुड ऑथर एंड हाउ फेमस बुक्स एंड पॉपुलर वर्ल्ड ओवर, राइट? सुना होगा आप सबने. दूसरा सवाल, स्वामी राम भद्राचार्य जी का नाम सुना है? कितने लोगों ने सुना? बहुत थोड़े से लोगों ने. वेरी गुड, वन गर्ल इज रेजिंग हर हैंड. अभी रिसेंटली कुछ सालों पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक बड़ा वर्डिक्ट आया कि राम जन्मभूमि भगवान राम की है. जब फाइनल डिसीजन हुआ था और अब तो मंदिर बन रहा है. 2024 में मंदिर बनके तैयार होने वाला है. जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हेयरिंग चल रही थी, one of the judges, coincidentally he was a Muslim, and so many priests and sadhus and they were all present there. He asked sarcastically कि आप तो हमेशा आप लोग अपने वेदों से उदाहरण देते हैं। क्या आप अपने किसी बेट से उदाहरण लेकर बता सकते हैं कि राम जन्मभूमि कहाँ पर थी? Within fractions of second, hundreds of saints were there. राम भद्राचार्य जी ने आई विटनेस के रूप में और उन्होंने अपने हाथ उठाए, कहा दे सकता हूं उसकी मां, और उन्होंने ऋग्वेद की जैमिनी संहिता से श्लोक पढ़ करके सुनाया और एग्जैक्ट डायरेक्शन और डिस्टेंस बताया सरयू नदी से राम जन्मभूमि का। कोर्ट में वो ऋग्वेद लगाया गया, बोला गया और एग्जैक्टली वही डिस्टेंस, एग्जैक्टली वही डायरेक्शन जो अभी भी है। राम भद्राचार्य जी 2 माह की उम्र में अंधे हो गए थे। उन्होंने 80 ग्रंथों की रचना की है और उनको 20 से अधिक भाषाएं आती हैं और लगातार उन्होंने उदाहरण पे उदाहरण दिए। वो जजूस ने भी खड़े होकर प्रणाम किया और बोले हम मान गए भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के ग्रंथों को, और हम मान गए कि क्या जबरदस्त आपका नॉलेज सिस्टम है। हम आई विटनेस बोलते हैं ना, आई विटनेस वो है जिसके पास आई भी नहीं, लेकिन क्या जबरदस्त वो एग्जाम्पल दे रहा है और आपने पढ़ के देखा है एग्जैक्ट मेजरमेंट। मैं हमारे टेक्नीशियंस को भी और हमारे युवाओं को भी मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ, हम हेल्थ केयर के बारे में पढ़े, तो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो भी बैकग्राउंड रहा मैं कहूँ और आप सब जानते हैं इसके बारे में। अभी when new education policy has come up, उसको हिंदी में बोले तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है, वो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति, जिसमें हम अपने राष्ट्र के बारे में, ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन विजडम के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। We have so many heroes to learn from. राम भद्राचार्य जी, मैं जहाँ से आता हूँ वहाँ से बहुत करीब है चित्रकूट, आपने सुना होगा चित्रकूट के नाम में बड़ी संख्या की भीड़, वहाँ का आश्रम है। It is just one example. There are many such examples. So when new education policy और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति जो हमारी आ चुकी है, उसमें इन इश्यूज को हम एड्रेस कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन सिस्टम है, जो ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन विजडम है, इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज है, हमारी युवा पीढ़ी तक वो पहुंचना चाहिए, उनके पास तक वो बात आनी चाहिए, उनके अंदर वो प्राइड होना चाहिए। आप अच्छी हरियाणवी बोलते हैं ना, मंच पे तो बच्चों का प्राइड इन दैट और वेरी स्पीकिंग दैट। मैं आ रहा था तो जो ड्राइवर था हरियाणवी में बात कर रहा था मुझसे और मैं अक्सर उसको हाँ कहता था, साथ में मेरी वाइफ और बेटे का कि आपको समझ आ रही थी क्या बात? मैंने कहा काफी कुछ समझ में आ रहा था, काफी नहीं भी आ रहा। He was very confident speaking in his own slang. The same thing is going to happen pan India, whether it is south or whether it is northeast or whether it is West Bengal or whether it is anywhere. That is a very important aspect. Looking at another important point of view for this new education policy, most of us know, in fact everybody knows, that our Indian economy got liberalized in 1991. We entered into that LPG concept. It is not that only products started flowing across the country or across our international borders. Our students, manpower, they also started. अभी आप देखेंगे आपके घर के आसपास, परिवार में, पड़ोस में, हर किसी के आसपास से कोई ना कोई विदेश में होगा। मैम ने भी पॉइंट आउट किया, तो our education system has to be mapped with the global education system. That 4-year UG program, because most of your students who are going there, they had to enter into a bridge course of 1. We had the system of mark sheets. Whereas in most of the European countries, most of the developed countries, they have a system of grade sheets, credit system. So CBCS came, price-based credit system, and most importantly, the approach of education changed from teacher-centric to student-centric. The whole system is teachers have decided the syllabus and the students are bound to don't have a choice. Now the system is choice based. You can choose the courses or papers within the discipline or outside the discipline also. I'm not going much into the details because it has been already covered. Company has already told that you are a student of management, you can learn music, you can learn literature, you can learn solar energy. So many aspects of that kind of there and development of skill sets, a lot of discussions have been over there on these things. So new education policy has come up to address all these issues. And we can say that it was very important aspect of change that is going to take place in India towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat or towards the Vishwaguru Bharat. Another very important theme of this conference has been on entrepreneurship and startup. I will not take much time. I understand we are running short of time. When Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, targeted the 5 billion economy, Dr. Shiva would say 10 billion economy, most welcome to that. Mostly it is 5 billion economy we are targeting. In the team of experts, and he himself was visiting different countries, they realized the power of entrepreneurship and startups. And on 15th August 2015, the Startup India policy was launched. We started from IITs and IIMs, we started from metro cities. We started giving all kinds of support to the people who come up with their startups. But in first 2-3 years, they came to know that the success rate was hardly 15%. Around 85% startups failed. Then we further went into the research and studies, and we found that they need to be incubated. So the concept of incubation central scheme. Incubator or incubation word is very common. Otherwise, even if you don't know about these things, you must have visited hospitals where young babies are born. You must have seen in some fiber or glass chambers a delicate baby is put under the supervision of doctors and nurses. तो बच्चा बाहर के एनवायरनमेंट में भी सर्वाइव नहीं कर सकता, इतना फिट नहीं है, तो डॉक्टर्स और नर्सेस के सुपरविजन में उसको इंक्यूबेटर में रखते हैं 2 दिन 4 दिन 1 हफ्ते maybe 3 months, and when the kid is able to survive, then they take it out and hand it over to the parents. Same concept came into this entrepreneurship and startup concept when startups started falling down. The concept of incubation scheme, incubation centers came. Government of India came with Atal Innovation Mission and Atal Incubation Centers. Now this country is having more than 70 Atal Incubation Centers. They are very well funded by NITI Aayog. They fund from up to 10 crore rupees to incubation centers. All of you know about 100 smart cities. Almost all smart cities have come up with their incubation centers. Universities and degree colleges are coming up with an incubation center. That university linkage is coming up. And any young student who is having an idea, now all kinds of support is available. Yeah, that is a young बच्चे Shark Tank event देखते होंगे आप. I would like to share, take 2-3 years time to share a very touching story. एक young बच्चा आपकी उम्र का एक चाय की दुकान पर चाय पीने के लिए जाता है सड़क के किनारे. आमतौर पे कांच के गिलास में चाय लगती है, तो कुछ डिस्पोजल भी आ गए. तो जब चाय पी रहा है वो देख रहा है एक बकेट रखी हुई जिसमें पानी रखा हुआ जिसमें चाय के गिलास धोते हैं. जिसकी चाय की शॉप है वो उस गिलास में थोड़ी देर में एक बकरी आकर के पानी पी लेती है और थोड़ी देर में वो उसी पानी में गिलास धो के कुछ लोगों को चाय पीने को दे देता है. वो बच्चा देख रहा होता है, वो उसको पॉइंट आउट भी करता है, पर होता क्या फर्क पड़ता है, बकरी ने पानी तो पिया. अब कोई यंग बच्चा कर भी क्या सकता है, इतना सोचते हैं किसी बार कि अगली बार इसकी दुकान पे चाय पीने नहीं आऊंगा. ये पता नहीं मैंने भी 2 साल के बाद नींद नहीं है, उसने सोचा कि मैं एक प्रोडक्ट बनाऊंगा। उसने सुबह अपने फादर को बोला कि उस शहर में एक फैब्रिकेशन की शॉप है, आप मुझे वहां जॉब लगा दो। वो छोटी फैमिली का बच्चा था और मेरी शर्त एक ही होगी, सैलरी वो जो मर्जी देंगे, मेरी शर्त एक ही होगी कि मुझे थोड़ी देर का जो भी समय मिलेगा फ्री टाइम, उसमें अपनी खुद की मशीन बनाऊंगा, अपनी मशीन से। और उस बच्चे ने चाय के ग्लास धोने की एक मशीन बनाई। उसका वर्जन 1, वर्जन 2, वर्जन 3 ऐसे बनता गया। जैसे आप एवेंजर्स की मूवी देखते हैं ना, उसमें कौन सा एक कैरेक्टर आता है जिसके सूट चेंज होते हैं, आयरन मैन। That fellow came to shop time. Confirm it was funded individually. Everybody funded actually because they all shopped in. और उस बच्चे ने वो मशीन बनाई जिसको बहुत पोर्टेबल यूनिट है, ओवन के साइज की, इसको आप यूज कर सकते हो। उसने उनको चाय सर्व किया और उनको साफ करके दिखाया। मैंने आपको ये स्टोरी इसलिए बताया कि if you have an idea, if you have a passion, if you want to give solution to a problem, things were not very easy in our country earlier. But now government, whether it is government of India or whether it is state government, they are coming up with very good policy on promotion of startups. I come from Madhya Pradesh, so Madhya Pradesh is having a Anki Startup Center which works 24/7, where a corporate team has been placed. There is no sarkari person there. I use these words because sarkari system you perception is things will go slow. The corporate team is there, only one IAS officer is there to coordinate with them every fortnight. Government of Madhya Pradesh has come up with a tremendous policy of supporting the startups. They'll give you, if you are employing up to 20% in your company, they'll give you 5,000 rupees as salary for 3 years. If you're taking rented space, they'll give you 5,000 rupees per month for your rented space. You want to send your people for training up to 20,000 per head to 20% for sending for training anywhere. To raise 1 crore of fund, 15 lakh rupees given to you as grant. You are a girl, 18 lakh rupees. Similarly, most comments are coming. Today also, Sangeeta was saying about what Haryana government is doing. So tremendous potential is there. I would like to end my speech on this note. There are so many facilities in incubation centers. There are co-working space, there are fab labs, and your generation. I keep telling about your generation one very important statement. कि हमसे पहले की जनरेशन भी अंगूठा छाप थी और हमारे बाद की जनरेशन भी अंगूठा छाप है। तो आपको बड़ा अजीब लगेगा, हमारे पहले की कुछ जनरेशन जो थी हर जगह अंगूठा लगाते थे, पढ़ते नहीं थे। और अभी की हमारी जो जनरेशन है वो अपनी बॉडी का जिस पार्ट का मैक्सिमम यूज करते हैं वो ये अंगूठा ही है। यदि एक लंबी की स्टोरी आज भी होती तो वो गुरुदेव से बोलता कि अंगूठा छोड़ दो, कोई और उंगली मार दो, क्योंकि मुझे अपने एंड्रॉइड पे स्क्रॉल करना है। If you really want to know more about these things, your thumb is with you. You can scroll, you can see what is an incubation center. I'm not going to tell you in details. I'm just going to close my speech today with one very much small story. अभी एक मूवी आई थी राम सेतु, देखिए आप लोग? अच्छा, मैंने भी देखी है। लेकिन राम सेतु इज वेरी फेमस। भगवान राम ने माँ सीता को लंका से लाने के लिए राम सेतु बनाया, तो सभी जानते हैं बच्चे। उस राम सेतु के निर्माण में एक छोटी सी कहानी आती है। उसमें एक लहरी होती है जो अपने बदन को ढीला करके उसमें रेत चिपका करके और जहां ब्रिज बंद होता है वहां जाके छोड़ती है। और कुछ हम पूछते हैं भी हमसे क्या फर्क पड़ता है छोटी सी लहरी। मैं भी यहाँ बैठे युवाओं को कहना चाहता हूँ that 5 trillion economy is like a Ram Setu, for which you have to contribute like that squirrel. यहाँ बैठे कुछ यंग बच्चे जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बन सकते हैं, जो स्टार्टअप्स लगा सकते हैं। There is tremendous ecosystem coming up. ऐसा नहीं कि आप भिवानी में ही रहोगे तो आपको भिवानी में ही सारी फैसिलिटीज मिलेगी, कुछ आपको भिवानी में मिलेगी, कुछ पूरा वर्ल्ड ओवर इकोसिस्टम है। अब जिस फील्ड में भी आगे जाना चाहते हो उस फील्ड में आपको फुल सपोर्ट है, फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट है, फैब लैब्स का सपोर्ट है, मेंटर्स का सपोर्ट है। And I hope that one of the key objectives of this conference would be achieved is some youngsters sitting here can come up with their startups and they can fuel the Indian economy, they can fuel the engine of Indian economy. Just like we had Vikas today, we had Sachin yesterday. And somebody told me that the founder of Oyo also has his roots connected somewhere to some human connectivity. So with these words, I thank everyone for inviting me.
थैंक यू सर। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान हमें ये जानकर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि अलग अलग पहलू पर आत्मनिर्भरता कैसे की जा सकती है। आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए तीन मेन उद्देश्य जो हमने देखे कि आत्मअध्ययन, आत्मचिंतन और आत्मविश्वास अगर हमारे यूथ के पास है तो हमारे इंडिया को, हमारे भारत को कोई भी रोक ही नहीं सकता कि वो सेल्फ रिलायंट हो जाए। तो सर आपका बहुत बहुत थैंक यू कि आपने बहुत अच्छे से इसको कम्युनिकेट किया। सारी पावर हमारे अंदर है, बस उस दिल को हमें जगाने की जरूरत है कि जो हम सबके पास है वो चीज हमारे से निकले बाहर और हम एक्टिवली उन स्किल्स को ले सकें और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें। Now moving ahead, now I would like to invite Shri Mahesh Shukla, Business Head Marketing, BPCL Limited, Bhiwani, for the special address and chief guest.
Thank you so much and very good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to the TIT team and for giving me the opportunity to sit with such dignitaries on the stage. And very thankful to Sharma sir, Abdul Pandey sir, Rajesh sir, Singh sir. I heard very valuable thing with all these speakers. So thank you so much again. And big round of applause to the TIT team and the organizers for organizing such a good session for startups and the startup on entrepreneurship. So very good initiative and I must congratulate to keep this happen again and again. Yeah. Uh, just two, three things I would like to mention here that Abdul sir said. I visited many times to China. As you mentioned, 28% of the population. So that's a huge capacity what they are having and ruling the world. Huge capacity. What I see, what is someone while visiting China, they don't talk in English. They respect their language very well. Everyone, there is no shame at all. The driver is showing the sample booking the indent. So it's very, very, I think it's shocking and interesting. Even what I saw during my visit many times to China, there is no shame at all. Seriously, trust me. So when we talk about the growth in India, we see huge population, 140 crores. That's the biggest strength in the world what we have. Because the consumption is too high. कि यहाँ पे कोई भी चीजें भी आप लॉन्च करोगे, make sure that it is going to be successful because the consumption is very very high. That's why everyone is looking for India as a very we should do on the growth country. हम अपने गुरु का जो यहाँ पे मेरे साथ बैठा हूँ, आई एम सीरियसली आई एम ऑनर्ड टू सिट विद ऑल डिग्निटरीज हियर। हम अपने गुरु का यदि बहुत अच्छे से सम्मान करेंगे, हम वैसे भी विश्व गुरु बन जाएंगे। सो जितने जो गुरु है हमारे, जिन्होंने हमको नर्चर किया है, यदि हम उनकी बात अच्छे से सुन के उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, तो आई एम श्योर कि हम लाइफ में बहुत अच्छा कर पाएंगे। प्लीज मेक श्योर ये सारे जितने बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हैं उनके लिए है कि अपने गुरु का सम्मान जिंदगी में हमेशा करें, बिकॉज यू विल लर्न। हर एक छोटे से आपको छोटा आदमी भी कोई सिखा सकता है, आपको बड़ा आदमी भी कोई सिखा सकता है, बट कीप लर्निंग। आप अपनी माइंडसेट और उसमें कभी क्लोज नहीं करें, बिकॉज इट्स ऑनगोइंग प्रोसेस। सो लर्निंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। Since I am from the manufacturing background, because I am brought up in textile only, as a pro because I have 25 years of history. So textile में एक बहुत अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट है TIT
many जहाँ से काफी जो डिजिटल में काम कर रहे हैं, जिसके बाहर जाने काम कर रहे हैं, many good persons like Vikas Advani, Sachin Sugani जो यहाँ से निकले हैं, they are doing very good in your field. So it's a great opportunity. Textile where it is business opportunity. Mindset, यदि आप भी perceived mindset की बात करें तो टेक्सटाइल के लिए लोग बोलते हैं कि बहुत slow growth है. But please trust me, 20 years I have seen this segment growing and anything. That immense potential and immense capability कि हम टेक्सटाइल गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट वायरस को है के लिए टेक्सटाइल को लेकर बहुत कुछ ऑनलाइन जो है फंडिंग कर रहे हैं एंड जो है इनोवेशन आइडिया कोई एक कर रहे हैं. So we have capabilities, we have विद्यालय, we need to nurture them and we need to give the direction to them so that they can do better. If we talk about the process in sustainability, तो मैं अपने GBTL की बात करूँगा. फ्रॉम GBTL भिवानी, काफी सालों से यहाँ पे हूँ. सो GBTL में हम बहुत एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, डोमेस्टिक सेल्स की तरफ काफी ध्यान देते हैं. सस्टेनेबिलिटी आज की तारीख में बिगेस्ट चैलेंज है, बिगेस्ट पोटेंशियल चीजें हम बोलते हैं. सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रोसेस की, सस्टेनेबिलिटी इनोवेशन की, सस्टेनेबिलिटी टेक्नोलॉजी की. तो दैट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. या आप यदि अपने जैसे प्रोसेस है उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी को यदि आप बना के रखते हैं तो इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ सक्सेसफुल पार्ट फॉर द बिजनेस इन फ्यूचर आल्सो. वाटर कंजर्वेशन एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है आज की तारीख में. हरियाणा इज फेसिंग अ लॉट ऑफ कंजर्वेशन इश्यूज. सो वी आर टेकिंग मेनी इनिशिएटिव्स कि वाटर कंजर्वेशन के तरफ नए इनिशिएटिव्स के साथ जो है तो टेक्सटाइल में जितना कम वाटर के यूसेज के साथ जो है नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ हम सस्टेन कर पाए. So we are doing that. We have taken many initiatives in this side. So I'm sure कि ये business potential और government के support के साथ we will be doing and it has very good in the future. And I wish all the very best for TIT&S जो नए startups और इसकी बात हम करते हैं जो entrepreneurship की यहाँ पे startup create किया है TIT&S ने, वो फिर आगे जाके आप सब बच्चों के लिए बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल इवेंट होगा. और जैसे शार्क टैंक की इंडिया में जो शुरुआत हुई है, आप उसको देखेंगे कि कितने इनोवेटिव आइडियाज जो हैं उसमें लोग लेके आते हैं. सो वो स्टार्टअप गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट से ही आगे बढ़ रहा है. तो गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट है जो आगे बढ़ाने में हेल्प कर रहा है. इंडिया की ग्रोथ के लिए, वाइब्रेंट ग्रोथ की हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो 4-5 ईयर्स में इकोनॉमी जो है 5 ट्रिलियन की हम बात कर रहे हैं. तो तभी पॉसिबल हो सकती है जब हम गवर्नमेंट के कंट्रीब्यूट करें. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू सर. आपकी बात से मुझे एक बात याद आ गई. कुछ स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं हम लोगों से मिलने आफ्टर देयर प्लेसमेंट्स इन डिफरेंट कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर और इन सम गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स. उनसे वैसे ही बातचीत करते हुए पूछते हैं कि बच्चों कैसा चल रहा है. एक का मजा. मैंने कहा क्यों? मैंने कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता, सुबह जाते हैं शाम को आ जाते हैं. तो यूथ इज लाइक दैट कि उन्हें ऐसा लग रहा है कि ऐसी जॉब मिले जहां पर कुछ ना करना पड़े, देन दे विल रिलैक्स. और फिर हम उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत. तो आप लोगों के अंदर ऐसा जज्बा क्रिएट करना होगा आपको कि जहां पर आपको काम करना पड़े, जहां से आप अपना कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, अपनी कंट्री को हर एस्पेक्ट पे दे सके. तो हमें ऐसा नहीं बनना है कि हमें कुछ ना करना पड़े और भगवान से प्रेयर करनी है कि हमें हर दिन एक नई चुनौती का सामना करना पड़े, तभी हम एक तरीके से आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो पाएंगे. Now it's the time for distribution of some mementos and we are just moving toward the closing of this ceremony. I would like to request Professor S.K. Sharma to please give a memento to our chief guest, Shri Manish Shukla. I also request Professor Sharma to adorn to our chief guest, Shri Manish Shukla. I also request to adorn a shawl as a token of love to Shri Manish Shaklari. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I request Sharma sir to please stay on the stage itself. I request sir to please give a memento to Professor Atul Pandey and also request to adorn a shawl as a token of affection to him. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Sharma sir to please give a memento to Professor Singh and adorn a shawl as a token of love. Thank you, sir. I request Professor G.K. Tyagi. Thank you, sir. I request Professor G.K. Tyagi to present a token of love and affection to Dr. Pragya. Madam Pragya Pandey. I request Ms. Anju to escort her on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Professor G.K. Tyagi, sir, to present a memento to Vikas Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Professor G.K. Tyagi, Director TIT&S, for the closing remarks for this conference. A big round of applause to them.
Hello. All of us. Shri Manish Shukla, Business Head Marketing and Sales Unit of the Chief Guest for the session. Rest of the world, Professor especially for University, India, and special speaker, Professor WCC, Registrar Manipal Central University, special invitees, delegates, students, the main team of the organizing this conference, Professor Sharma, Professor Second Sharma, Ajay Sharma, Ms. Monica Sharma, and other faculty, including Professor Department, and researchers, my other faculty, ladies, guests, and their students. It is really a matter of pleasure for me to see that the Department of Management Studies has organized this 2 days conference for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. As you all know, the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative is not simply an economic tagline or gesture, but the research that surrounds the social, economical, cultural, and political dimensions of the country. During this conference, we have had many discussions, successful discussions on many topics related to the topic under reference for this conference in Atmanirbhar. Various researchers, speakers have shared their views and experience on how to achieve excellence and economic excellence and independence in various disciplines, various sectors. I personally wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all speakers and my professors who are here and who share their views and their successful insight on the various topics related to this reference topics in Atmanirbhar Bharat. I sincerely hope that the values, the knowledge shared by us will inspire us all, will help us all to work together for developing a strong and self-dependent India by fostering research, innovations, technology, and style. In closing, I wish to congratulate all faculty members of the department for organizing this landmark academic work. Thank you, and I do hope that the knowledge and views shared during this conference will be imparted in future times amongst the customers. With that, I declare the conference closed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words. It really means a lot for all of us. With this, we are just moving toward the end of the ceremony, and I would like to invite Dr. Monica Sharma on the podium for proposing the final vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I'm also very thankful to all the distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, and all those who have contributed to the success of this national conference on Atmanirbhar Bharat. I thank Shri Mukesh Shukla ji, Business Head Marketing, Manish Shukla ji, Business Head Marketing, GBTL Limited, Bhiwani. Heartiest thanks for your valuable presence and your valuable input have provided us with a deeper understanding of the issues and challenges involved in making India self-reliant sector, self-reliant in various sectors. We are thankful to you, sir, for sharing your expertise with us. Your presence and engagement have made this event a great success. And we are very grateful to you, sir, for having us with you on such a short notice. My special thanks to Professor W.C. Singh, Registrar, Manipur Central University, Imphal, for sparing his valuable time for this academic function. Sir, your valuable words and able guidance will help us to become more aware about the various aspects of this conference. Professor Atul Pandey, Dean Faculty of Management, Avdesh Pratap Singh University, Viva. We are really very grateful to you for providing us with a deeper insight on the various issues of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sir, we will definitely get benefited by your informative vision. Thanks to Dr. Pragya Pandey, accompanying with Professor Atul Pandey during this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the presenters and panelists for sharing their research findings and practical experiences on topics related to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Your presentations have provided us with a wealth of information and ideas that we can use to develop effective strategies and policies for realizing the vision of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. I would also like to thank our sponsors and media persons for their support in organizing this conference. Without your generous contributions, this event would not have been possible. I would like to express my gratitude to all the delegates who have attended this conference. Your active participation and engagement have enriched the discussions. I, on behalf of Department of Management Studies, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Director, Sir Professor C.K. Tyagi, who graced us with his kind words and his constant support and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us and always stand by us and motivate us. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conference. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank our beloved head of the department, Professor S.K. Sharma ji, for his constant help and guidance. We will ever remain grateful to you and we thank you for being with us today. I am very thankful to all our faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling over months in advance. We have been very fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students, committee, and volunteers. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. It would have been possible to organize it without their support. Last but not the least, thank you very much again. If time is money, then you have spent millions for us. Thank you very much for your support and contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for the lunch. So I request everyone else to join with us in this space for the lunch. Thank you.
अभी I was working at Bharti जब picture